Like, I've seen people make the criticism of Warhammer 40k that, yeah, okay, cool, you have, like the Adeptus Mechanicus and all of that, but it's, given what that universe is, it's just so weirdly unhorny, right? Like, you have a universe where you have fucking Slanesh in there, right? And yet, it's like, yeah, some BDSM, slightly light BDSM stuff, like, maybe there's a titty, but, like, not actually really delving into the levels of pure, like, erotic and sensual depravity that human beings are capable of, right? And I've complained about this a million times before, right? Like, the way in which media in which you cave a man's skull in with a sledgehammer, that's like, oh yeah, that's PG-13, that's for kids, but, oh no, there's a boob! It's mature for adults now! Oh, right? That double standard of, like, oh, we must protect the children from sexuality, but, like, shooting people in the head with a gun, that's just good, clean fun. That's just fun, good times for everyone. Don't worry about it. Anyway, welcome to a Helluva Boss reaction. I'm technically recording this for YouTube already, actually. We were talking about Cyberpunk. We were talking about Cyberpunk and, like, the way that in the Cyberpunk future, everyone has modified themselves to have guns for hands, right? Like, and sword arms and shields and all kinds of things, just violence, right? The transhumanist vision of the Cyberpunk future is just you modify your body to be gooder at violence. But then, like, there's this sort of puritanical elision where we don't go, hey, how many people would immediately turn themselves into, like, 14-foot tall furries with, you know, however many appendages? Like, how many people would do that? How many people would get freaky with it in, like, a sexual way? And that just doesn't seem to exist in a lot of Cyberpunk. In the same way that it does, like, in 40k, it kind of makes sense because 40k isn't that kind of thing. But it's also that thing of, like, you have Slanesh over there, and, like, where's the freaky sex stuff? It's just not there. And it's one of the things that annoys me about Cyberpunk stuff is the level to which it's not horny. Like, which is kind of relevant to Helluva Boss a little bit. I've talked about this with the whole Helluverse multiple times, right? Like, the extent to which Helluva Boss and the Helluverse just can get away with the extreme violence, the blood, the people getting shot in the head, all of that. But how chaste and how careful it has to be around sexuality, right? Like, relatively speaking, how restrained it has to be on that front in terms of being graphic, like, lest it be banned from YouTube for, like, overstepping the TOS or whatever. It's, you know, it annoys me sometimes. It's not Helluva Boss's fault, but it's just one of those things that's, like, it's a reminder of the ways in which, like, people talk so much about, like, freedom of speech and freedom of expression. It's like, they talk about that right up until it's, what about the freedom of queer people to be horny? In which case it's like, oh my god, in front of the children? No, you can't. Right? It's a pretty fast way to shut them down. Anyway, Christmas. It's Christmas time. It's Christmas. And there's a boss of the Helluva, which the Stolas, bad things happen to Stolas, lose all his family. Unhappy time. Blitz, though, hero. Oh, everyone loved the Blitzo man who shouted at the big people in the courtroom. And that's drama because of reasons. So let's see what happens. Tick tock, tick tock. Well, of course it's all horses. Aww. No, wait, hang on. I mean, it should have occurred to me earlier, but of course, like, Blitz... How much My Little Pony merch do we think that Blitz owns, like, conservatively? Which one of the main six is his favorite? Which one? Like, there's gonna be one of them. Like, Blitz has, like, an account on, like, a brony forum where he's, like, he was involved in, like, the greatest, longest flame war in the history of the website about, like, which pony was the best one. Right? Surely. Must be this tall to horse. Good grief. So, look how pink everything. Okay, shit. Okay, this is gonna take a while. Hopefully that's what you're here for. I know that's what you're here for. You are pathetic little sluts for my yapping. Apparently, I can get away with this as long as I want. Damn it! I don't have the. How the hell do I not have the? Okay, so let's just. Okay, who cares? But I'm looking at the color grading here, right? Like, I'm looking at the color grading the way that the apartment is framed, and, like, that don't look like Blitz's apartment no more, because everything is pink, everything is soft, like, it's all, like, soft lighting, quite bright pastel colors.
Well, good morning there, Prince Sleeps a Lot. Did you sleep well, Big Bird?
Best I could, I suppose. My Blitz? Ooh, you sure have a lot of horses.
That feel when someone mentions your special interest, right?
Is there a story behind that?
There is, but it's way too long and way too dramatic.
Breakfast will be ready in a jiff.
Blitz, would you be able to grab some...
Grab some what?
Never mind.
Oh, his pills. Oh, right. He doesn't have his medication. Well, that's... Don't skip your meds, by the way. Don't do that. Don't skip your meds. Don't be like, it doesn't matter. I don't have to... Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You do have to take them. No, like, you've been taking your meds for a while and you feel better and you don't really... Oh, I don't have symptoms anymore. Yes, you do. Yes, you do need to take them. You still do. I'm speaking here as a person who was taking ADHD meds and then I forgot them for a few days and I was like, it was mostly fine. I didn't take them for a few days. I was kind of fine. Maybe I don't need to renew my prescription. You need to renew your prescription. You need to do it. You need to renew your prescription. You need to take the pills. Because when it kicks back in, when it comes back, you've been living the easy life for weeks, right? Easy life. Like, oh my God, like you haven't been distracted by all the symptoms. Easy life for weeks. And then when it comes back, you're not ready. You're not ready for what your symptoms are like all of a sudden. All of a sudden, that's a different... It's not like living with it day to day, every single day, unmedicated forever, where you kind of learn coping mechanisms. When you've been on the meds and then you go off them, that's a different thing. Take your medication. Take your fucking medication. And drink some water.
Okay, so I don't know what you eat, so I just made a little of everything in hopes that something works for you. Got some eggs. Made them special.
You're feeding eggs to a bird.
Oh shit. I'm sorry. That's like cannibalism for you, isn't it?
No, just rather off-putting. But
It's like, that would be, it's the equivalent of like, for a bird, that's like someone cooking and serving someone's period to you. Which like,
it is protein, I suppose.
Uh-huh. So what do you normally eat?
Normally, I dine on a custom diet prepared by my waiting staff, full of essential nutrients and freshly prepared rarities such as roasted vole or firecoy. A fresh kale salad.
Oh, nice. Anything that I can get that's affordable?
Maybe some rats.
On it! I'll grab my stumpers and head out to that alley this afternoon.
Well, that'd be nice. Rats were always Via's favorite snack.
Oh, right. Yeah. Thanks, Stolas. Your daughter. Remember your daughter? You remember your daughter who you had? Who you don't have anymore because now your wife has her? Remember her?
Oh no. Where's your phone?
Sorry, sweetie. No talking to that deadbeat. Andrealphus! Look who's finally calling!
Oh, took him this long? That's hilarious.
How long has it been exactly? Like, has it been a night?
He thinks he's going to talk to his daughter! Hilarious!
Hilarious.
Fucking Woody Woodpecker ass little fucking cartoon ass motherfucker. The way they do his beak, there's something so at once very Disney, Like, there's something so kind of like almost like, yeah, a little bit in the 1940s. Like, I am not calling him Woody Woodpecker for nothing. It's the way they handle the beak. It's the way they handle the face shape and play around with it that, like, has a lot of the Roadrunner, Woody Woodpecker, smug cartoon bird classic. Also, those little glasses, man. Like I've seen people comment like, "Oh, Andrealphus, he's like gay, but he's trying to hide it." What the fuck are you talking about? No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he isn't. No, he's not. What do you mean trying to hide? Like, what do you mean Elton John was more in the closet than this. Like Liberace was more subtle about it. What do you mean? What do you mean trying? Oh, he's trying to cover it. Shut up. Like, absolutely not.
Ariels.
Hilarious!
Okay, so I had this suspicion at the end of the last episode that Stella and Andrea and Andy were going to be like, "Oh, we're going to separate and isolate Octavia from her dad, and we're going to make it seem as though like her dad doesn't want to talk to her and sort of like try and turn her against." No, they're just sitting there laughing about it out loud in front of her. I should have known they were too stupid to even try and manipulate her.
Pick up the...
I mean, honestly, Andrealphus, like, are you really... That's a portrait, my man, and you're covering it up with a poster? Girl, that's tacky. You know that's tacky, right? That's basic bitch shit. A poster, really? You couldn't get an oil painting? You couldn't even get it framed? You just, like, hanging it up, like, from a fucking... Like, oh yeah, it's a wall covering, it's a drapery. Like, no, it's a poster, you motherfucker. Where did you get that? Is that screen print? Is that how you did it? Really? Tacky. Tacky, 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 bitch.
Pick up, pick up, pick up! Fia, dear, please, pick up. Please, pick up. No, 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 no. Shit.
Hey, whoa, look, I'm sure it's gonna be okay, all right? I'm sure she's just away from the phone right now, okay? And breathe. It'll be okay.
That's so wonderful. Look at that. Fucking giraffe-ass motherfucker. Things what I found in other imps' houses. Cheerio, lads. Authentic meat product. I bet it is. Please buy my stuff. I mean, that is what it feels like to table at a convention, I will say. Even the fucking laundromat is full of eyes. Huh. I do like the environment design here, right? Because every part of this society that Stolas is now stuck in is basically not designed for him at all, right? Like, he's too tall, he's too big. He quite literally does not fit in, right? He takes up space, like, he has... Yeah. That is, as visual storytelling goes, in terms of, like, getting us very quickly into the idea that Stolas feels out of place and, you know, as an outsider, hated, which, you know, he is down here. That's a good way to do it. And then instantly, when that pops open, which, like, that can't be Stolas' fault. But immediately he's getting yelled at. Blitz, please get him his meds. Blitz. Like, Blitz, hey, does Blitz not know that he's on medication? Does Blitz not know it at all? I mean, yeah, I guess. Oh dear. Okay, then Stolas, ask for it, you moron! Also, Blitz, how the fuck do you afford an apartment that big? That kitchen is like 1.5 miles long. It's like you could play a whole game of football from here to there. Like there's little yard lines and everything. How do you have a kitchen that's that fucking large when you live in hell? Like motherfucker. Hey, IMP poster. How nice. Also, the shopkeeper imp getting more and more annoyed as Stolas is trying stuff on. I kind of like the trench coat on him. Like, I like the turtleneck on his long-ass freakish bird neck. That's pretty good, actually. Face alert. This is a really nice little... Right, because we have this progression of, like, Blitz is like, yes, of course, I can pay for it. I can pay for anything, because I am the, like, I've got my lovely boyfriend, and I'm putting our relationship back together, and I'm paying for everything, and then... Boop. I love a good squash and stretch. Look at that. And then the progression of the intensity of the panic, right? Like the eyes narrowing. Or rather, the pupils narrowing, but the eye is like growing smaller, but also more intense. And the sharpening of features, right? Like we go from this like very flat, and then you can see how the features start to sharpen, and he gets more edgy and more like until we hit the break point. That's a really nicely animated little.
Is this how everyone acts when they don't have money?
No, this is how I act when I don't have money. Hey, Stolas! Merry SINSMAS!
What the fuck was that for?
It's SINSMAS. You know, the day every Hellborn celebrates an action their birth sin, or any sin, whichever ones they want, honestly.
I cannot say I'm familiar with this holiday.
Really? Wow, rich people don't have any fun, do they?
No, fun is free, but we can afford nice things.
You know what might help that privileged little attitude? Paperwork! Why don't you come on with me to the office and help Looney with you know, whatever the fuck her job is?
Ugh, you have to spend your holiday at work?
Stolas. Buddy boy. Pal. Friend. Little bird man. Pathetic little simpering meow meow man. You have to spend your holidays at work? Stolas. 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 My mom is at work on Christmas. Like she's a nurse. But like Stolas. Stolas, honestly. I like how out of touch he is in that way. Like I'm not that's good characterization of him.
I cannot say I'm familiar with this holiday.
Really? Wow, rich people don't have any fun, do they?
No, fun is free, but we can afford nice things.
That's also a good, like, an instructive little line, right? Fun is free, but we can afford nice things. So because you are rich, because fun is free, well, that's for poor people. We can't have fun. Poor people have fun. We can afford nice things, which are boring, like opera and the ballet or whatever, right? Like, that's a nice little line.
You know what might help that privileged little attitude? Paperwork! Why don't you come on with me to the office and help Looney with whatever the fuck her job is?
Ugh, you have to spend your holiday at work?
I choose to spend my holiday at work. See, last year I set my apartment on fire, so this year we're doing it at the office. It's insured.
And I'm sure insurance in hell is covers everything, right? No problem. I do like it when Luna gets to be a dog. Like, those are always the funniest bits, like when they're carrying her and she's doing the little doggy pose.
Ow, Millie! Ouch! Good.
They're acting on wrath then. Well, lust eventually, but...
Thank you, Millie.
You always make me watch old musicals when I want to watch Cleaver Hand 6 Ultimate Climax.
Well, you snore all the time.
I will wreck you.
Not if I do first.
Stolas! Come on, man.
Happy SINSMAS!
Happy SINSMAS, honey!
Listen up, Chuckle.
This is remarkably horny, by the way. I know couples like this. Like I know couples like this where like the thing is like play fighting, but we're also fighting over real things, but then also we're flirting.
Ouch! Good. Thank you, Millie.
You always make me watch old musicals when I want to watch Cleaver Hand 6 Ultimate Climax.
Voice actors must have had a lot of fun with this.
Well, you snore all the time.
I will wreck you.
Not if I do first.
Okay, that was a little unclear. I have a little bit of criticism for that. I was wondering how she got rid of the weapon. And she threw the sword into the barrel of it, but that's not a very clear action here. With all the sword-shaped things flying everywhere. That one's a little... Probably some boarding that could create a better angle for that.
Happy SINSMAS!
Fully on some Looney Tunes shit. I quite like that. Whee! And very much operating on, like, Looney Tunes logic, right? Like, where violence can't actually hurt you, so long as it's funny.
Happy SINSMAS, honey!
Listen up, Chuckle fucks. Today we got...
Okay, let's see. Be nice to him, he's gay. No, be mean to him, he's gay. SINSMAS, violence, graph, maximum violence. He just like me for... Come on. It's been 3 days since Moxie sang. I don't believe that for a second. Absolutely. Like, someone's been forgetting to update that counter.
Today we got Stolas in the office, so I want each of your red asses on the best behavior possible.
Sir, you are literally the only one who needs to adhere to that.
And that's the tension, Mox. Millie, punch him. Good. Happy sins, Miss Mox. Now, Looney, Stolas wants to learn how to secretate, so show him how it's done.
It's literally this. Ring, ring. Hello, IMP. Yeah, we can kill that asshole. Want to schedule an appointment? Thursday, cool? See you then, dipshit. Click. It's easy as sin, Blitz. Can I go with you guys if he's on the phone today?
I mean, I guess.
Yes!
See, Stolas? Finally, something to help you out, something to do, and I can pay you for it. You could use a little money coming in, right?
Money coming in? Oh, lords.
I'm
Poor now.
Welcome to the working class, bitch! It's very funny that it hits him that hard.
A little money coming in, right?
Money?
But that is genuinely the thing, right? Like, okay, fuck it, let's talk capitalism, right? So, when we're talking about the working class, when we're talking about Marx, right? Like, when we're talking about, like, the Marxist understanding of economics, Stolas is a part of the bourgeois, right? Like, the bourgeoisie. He's a part of old money. So, all of his money is, like, that's just from somewhere, right? Like, he owns stuff, his family owned stuff, like, he used, like, someone in his family once upon a time founded something, and the money is just come in, and he's, like, the product of old money, right? Because it creates there's a certain class of people in the world, in the economy, for whom money doesn't really exist. Money isn't really, it's not a factor, it's not a thing that exists in their lives as such, right? There is a level of wealth that you get to where you own so much shit and you just have so much value in assets that essentially money doesn't exist. Money isn't real, right? Like, it's not something you can run out of. It's not even really something you can spend, because you never go somewhere and hand someone like X number of dollar bills in order to get something done. It's you go somewhere and I would like that. Okay, yes. And then there's a credit exchange, a mutual agreement of debt, and they extract that value from your assets somewhere down the line that you don't have to worry about, right? Like, money doesn't exist for rich people. It's not a real thing. It's not a component of their lives. It's not something they have to worry about. They don't have a budget, right? Like, there is a level of that where you are so completely alienated from the real economy that most people exist inside of, that and I think that's why, like, the idea of money coming in to Stolas is the one that kind of goes, oh shit, that makes it real for him, because that has never been a thing he has had to give a shit about ever, even once in his life. Money coming in? No, I don't make money. I have money. I am money, right? My family is money. My class position is money. So this idea of, like, having to earn money, having to generate wealth or income, that's something that is genuinely completely foreign to a certain class of person. That's genuinely something that a certain class of person has never had to experience in their lives, right? And that's when we talk about the working class, right? Like, there's often that temptation to go, well, if someone, like, let's say fucking Hassan, right? Like, the Twitch streamer Hassan, who's, like, socialist Twitch streamer, makes kind of a lot of money, right? Like, he's got a lot of subscribers, he makes a lot of money, and sort of people will go, oh, he's rich, so that he can't be part of the working class. But it's like, no, he works for that money, right? Like, he does stuff for that money. He does not get his money from simply owning things, right? As far as we know, anyway. He's not a landlord. He doesn't own land. He doesn't own property. He doesn't own a factory. He doesn't like, own things that generate money simply by existing. And that's what the capital class is. That's people who just simply have money because they own stuff, because they own private property, right? They own that control over things that gives them cash, that just makes them money by their very nature, right? It's just a thing that exists within them, where they can take on infinite debt because money isn't real. Like, money is not a real thing that exists in them. Money is not something they have to pay. Bills don't actually exist for them, right? So even fairly wealthy culture, like, your favorite actor, if it's not someone like really mega famous like Tom Cruise, who owns his own production companies and stuff like that, most of the actors on House of the Dragon are people living paycheck to paycheck. That's just the reality of it. Most of, like, Daisy Ridley in Star Wars, biggest movie franchise in the world, she made good money off of it, but she's not that rich. She really genuinely isn't, and neither is John Boyega, and, like, neither is fucking, like, most movie stars are still members of the working class because they make their money by actually producing something, which is movies, which is acting performances. They don't make their money just from existing, right? Like, just from existing while being in ownership of a business where other people make money for them, right? Which is why so many of them, like, that's why they start liquor brands or make their own, like, clothing lines and all that shit, is so that they can transition from working class into ownership class. Because that's where the real money is. That's where you get wealthy, for real. Anyway, what were we talking about? Right, Stolas. Stolas genuinely being kind of terrified by the concept of having to earn money. I think that's well observed.
Money coming in? Oh, lords.
I'm poor now. Oh, fuck.
Also, I think it doesn't help that you haven't been taking your meds, Stolas. Stolas, you need to take your meds, buddy boy.
Oh, answer it, answer it. You can do it, Stolas. Come on, answer the phone.
Hello?
Oh my god, Blitz. An interesting thing in the dynamic here, right, is that clearly Blitz is now in caretaker mode, right? Blitz is now in, I need to fix this person mode, right? Like, he's in I need to provide for this person, in much the same way that he fixates on Luna, right? Where he's getting a lot of, like validation and like joy and confidence and feeling of worth out of taking care of someone who's more fucked up than he is, right? And it's very sweet and it's very cute, but it's also one of those things of like, that's a behavior pattern that can turn real toxic real fast if you're not conscious of what you're doing.
Hello? IMP? Yes, we can kill your asshole.
Just so many fucking Twitter icons, like so many fucking social media avatar icons just all over this episode already.
Immediately, just bring it here.
Yeah, that's you going on the phone in the morning, doom scrolling. That's what that feels like.
Thank you. Good day, ma'am.
Close enough. Good job, buddy.
You said you could kill someone immediately?
Oh.
So, SINSMAS, why the... So this is where I'm sitting here thinking about, like, generally, the Helluverse world building is one of those things that somewhere in an interview somewhere, or in some old blog post, or God knows where, I'm sure Vivsipop has given, like, an extensive description and like, explanation for why SINSMAS is decorated with Christmas ornaments. And I'm kind of wondering about that, because, like, surely it's just because it's the Christmas episode, and we put this up just because of it's the Christmas episode.
Yeah, yes, we sure can.
Good, because it's Christmas.
It's SINSMAS, lady. Get it right.
I can't stand the idea of my fucking ex-husband enjoying this sacred holiday with my daughters when he fucking left me for another man.
Oh, well, that sounds like something that can happen from time to time.
And he probably cheated on me.
Well, that's...
I mean, okay, so we're not being subtle about what we're doing here, right? Oh, hey, look, it's the client that they're working for reflects something about a dynamic that's happening in the personal lives of the characters.
When he fucking left me for another man.
And there's definitely also some in the scripting, right? Like, I can't stand the idea of my ex-husband enjoying this sacred holiday with my daughters. Right? There's red flags there already. It was like, this holiday is sacred, so murder, like, so peace and love and like, goodwill towards men? No, fuck you, right? Like, it's mine. This ownership thing that she's already going on there. And, like, it's also, again, we're not being subtle about it.
Because it's Christmas.
Right, she dumps her stuff on other people without even thinking about it, lays down on the couch.
Lady, get it right.
I can't stand
like,
the
bumps
idea.
Luna out of the way. Like, if you want to establish a character instantly as a piece of shit asshole, like, yeah, no, this is very effective, if a little unsubtle about it.
Yeah.
There's so much horny fan art of her already, isn't there?
Of my fucking ex-husband enjoying this sacred holiday with my daughters when he fucking left me for another man.
Oh, well, that sounds like something that can happen from time to time.
And he probably cheated on me.
Well, that's...
Aw, Stolas. Taking it a little personally there, are we, buddy boy?
Well, that's not really worth killing someone over, though, right? I mean, cheating isn't really that big of a deal anymore, is it? Is it?
Isn't that what this business does?
Ooh, I like that. Look at that. The lower jaw thing. Does that aggressive forward-pointing lower jaw.
He doesn't deserve to live that heinous lifestyle and poison my daughters with it.
Oh, cool. Homophobia on top of the rest of it.
Aha. Look, I don't think this is a job we want to take on.
Really?
Why not? Maybe he deserves it. Selfish men like him don't deserve to live.
No, that's not... All right, fine. We'll do your shitty job, but you're paying us double, bitch.
Oh, Stolas. Yeah, no, people are... there's a small group of people that are monstrously horny for this lady right now.
But you're paying us double, bitch.
Oh, they're still fighting. That's cute. Let it go, can't hold it back anymore. Let it go, turn away and slam the door. Again, not a subtle show, is it? All the plant life, all the life has withered. The place is now cold and dominated by ice. Where once there was warmth and life, now there is...
He's been trying to call her all fucking month and it's hilarious.
They're so stupid. I love them. They're so dumb. Oh my... I was hoping... I was sort of sitting there assuming, thinking, okay, they're gonna be like manipulative, they're gonna be mastermindy about it, they're gonna be like trying to isolate Octavia from her dad. No, they're not. They think like we have won already. Like nothing could possibly go wrong. We're just gonna sit here and be stupid. Like yeah, like Octavia, she's not a person. She can't think for herself. Oh my god. Fucking One Piece ass laugh. What the fuck? Are we about to get a song from Octavia? Okay, so if I was a showrunner on a show like this and I wanted to create a nice bookend, what I would do is I would reference back to like a moment from like the first episode of the show where a character sings a song about stars and stuff that's about like the relationship between father and daughter and how they'll never be apart. And then I'd do a reprise of that right here for like maximum emotional impact. That's what I would do. That's what I would do if I was a showrunner on a show like this. Are we about... Okay, so it's either going to be a reprise of You Will Be Okay, which is like Octavia singing sadly about like she's not okay or I won't be okay. Or it'll be a thing of like, I am determined to make this right somehow. Like, I don't know if it's going to be sad ballad or if it's going to be like, fuck you, I'm going to fix this ballad kind of thing. But like the moon and the stars and all of that on the guitar and she's going into her room and like the relationship with her dad has been severed. This feels like the place for a callback. Oh, it's definitely gonna be a callback. Come on. Oh, come on! You can't pick up the guitar and not sing. Ah, good.
Your box is packed up on the bed. Your words are in my head, telling me it will be okay. You'll remember what you said. Or was it just another lie? This place that used to be your home. Would you call me on the phone? Will I hear your voice in the middle of the night when I turn out the lights? Or are you just another ghost?
Oh, hello.
How could you lie to my face? And did our time mean nothing to you? Were you bluffing all along? That you would be there to see yourself forgiven by me? If you thought that I'd take it, you were wrong. Oh, you were wrong. And when you're gone, I will be okay. I will be okay, though I'll never be the same. And I'll know that I was right to doubt you. I'll grow without you.
Jesus Christ.
I'll only know my name. You always told me I'd be okay. Well, I'll be okay, though I'm not okay today. But my tears won't fall upon your shoulder. I'll just get older and you'll only know my name.
Okay, then. Hang on. Wait a minute. All right. Okay, this is gonna take a hot second. Again, not a subtle show. Literally, Stolas occluded by a veil. Okay, so I recognize... So those are real constellations, then. Yeah, I recognize a bunch of them. I do wonder, if this is... Is this Octavia's closet? Because then why are Stolas' happy pills in there? Or is it more like this is a bunch of stuff that Stella and Andy have just thrown into a closet to get rid of it kind of vibe? I don't know. the hand there touching the face is a very good gesture there. Like, that literal connection, right? Doing the fucking Last of Us gesture as well. I don't know if you remember the trailer for Last of Us 2 where there's that moment before Ellie plays the guitar when she, like, holds up a hand and, like, clenches it. It's a good one here because it's that... Because what she's about to sing a song about is something very painful, so there's that moment of hesitation before letting the feeling free, but that's well chosen. So, this is where I wish I knew some music theory. It's either the same chord progression, or it's like in the same key as You Will Be Okay. Like, I'm sure the fucking songwriters will be on TikTok sort of discussing that, but it's definitely, there's something going on with the key being like the same, or it's like a relative minor, or some fucking thing. Because there's so many bits of that there was like, You will be okay. Like, where I can hear Stolas' song fitting into the harmonics of it somewhere. And someone's gonna do a fucking killer-ass mashup cover of those two songs in any fucking minute now.
Your body.
So, fucking, God. Fucking rotation shots, right? Like, you know how I feel about them. Do you have any idea how... Guitars, right? So, that's an acoustic guitar, which is like a relatively simpler thing, but guitars... from different angles, getting the foreshortening on those motherfuckers right? Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea what it's like trying to get the foreshortening on a motherfucking guitar correct? They are weird objects. Like, rounded and smoothed and like, not... Like, they're made of geometric shapes, but you can't just make them into boxes because they're not. Like, they're these weird rhomboid, rounded shape motherfucking things. Fully doing the Disney. So, like, back in, like, early... If you watch, like, early Disney movies, like, Snow White is a good example of this. Often, they would do this parallax scrolling thing, right? Like, where they have this special camera rig set up, where they would, like, move various parallax layers of objects around on top of and below the layer of the cell animation in order to, like, simulate rotation, in order to simulate, like depth of field and things like that. We don't really need to use the special camera rigs anymore, but this specific way of creating a rotating space in camera, where we, like, move the background to the left and the foreground to the right at a higher speed, that has so much of that old school classic Disney rotation about it. Oh my god. Some people are going to be shitty about Octavia because of this song, aren't they? Yeah. I can just see the hot takes now. Because, like, I've already seen people, like, the episode where she runs away from home and stuff like that. Because I'm pretty hard on Stolas about how he has handled his relationship with his daughter. Because he has handled it poorly. For understandable reasons. And there's a lot of people like Octavia, oh, like, how could she be such a shitty daughter to Stolas, and she's so demanding, and she's so annoying, and it's like, she's a teenager. This is a child. This is a desperately isolated child who has no friends, who has, like, no social life outside of being stuck with her shitty, dysfunctional family 24/7 for her entire life, whose dad is essentially her only emotional support system, and whose dad also clearly has used her as an emotional support system to deal with his bitch-ass wife. And is like, yeah, no, like, no shit Octavia isn't taking it well. No shit she's acting out. No shit she's not, like, being rational or smart or sensible or considerate about it. Where would she have learned how to do that? From Stolas? From Stella? Who would have taught her that? How would she have developed those skills? Like, where would she have ever gotten any of that? So that Octavia isn't handling this very well, no surprise to me whatsoever. And that's, like, a reasonable reaction from a child. From a childish baby child who is not an adult. that's like, not that it's fair, but it's like, yeah, no, that's a teenager, man. That's a child trying to cope with something that's emotionally very difficult and who has not had the opportunity to develop good emotional coping skills because of who her fucking parents are.
Your words are in my head.
And anyway, so this song, right, is a look into Octavia's mind, right? Like we're like literally in the same way with Stolas, that he enters his mind space when he sings. We get exactly the same thing here, right? And that to me as visual language is like, oh, hang on. If this is Octavia's coping mechanism, guess where she learned it from? Because this is what Stolas does when he has to deal with big emotions, right? That's what he did at the apology tour party. That's what he did at the trial. He uses his songs, his music, to enter into his own mind, his subconscious, and try and deal with what's going on in there, right? Like, so that feels very much like something that's like establishing the connection between them, that they are in many ways kind of two of a kind. And so that we get like this star projection, Stolas' hand reaching out and then looking over the shoulder, like at once wanting it, but then also rejecting it and eventually pushing it away, right? Because there's a lot of anger going on inside of her that she has to deal with as well.
Your words are in my head, telling me it will be okay. You'll remember what you said. Or was it just another line?
Yeah, it's somewhere there. What you said, you will be okay. There's something in the key or the chords, some kind of overlap there.
This place that used to be your home.
Aw. Just nothing but happy family pictures. Well, happy is... Like, even in this picture, you can kind of see that Stolas isn't too thrilled with this.
Would you call me on the phone? Will I hear your voice in the middle of the night when I turn out the lights? Or are you just another ghost?
It's somewhere there. Like, somewhere there is the little hook thing. But yeah, like, again, if we're taking this as an insight into Octavia's mind space, right? This feeling that she's had for a very long time now of trying to chase her father through the halls of the house, right? The alienation that exists between the two of them, especially Sin, like, which again, from Octavia's perspective, all of this shit started falling apart the moment Stolas got involved with Blitz, right? That's when all of the whatever stability she had, even if her home life was toxic, right? Which it was with Stella. Like, Stella being constantly abusive to her dad, but, like, at least she had her dad to herself as a means to deal with the, like, difficulty and discomfort of being in the company of her fucking mother, right? At least she had her dad for that. And then Stolas finds Blitz, and Blitz is now his support system. Like, Blitz gives Stolas all of this, like, oh my god, I'm actually gay! I had never realized! And Stolas fixates on him, right? And sort of Blitz and the drama around Blitz becomes the whole, like, center point of his life. He loses touch with his daughter, and now it's just, like, Octavia feeling very alone, used as, like, this football kicked between her parents, where neither of them are, like, really fully attentive to her or on her side. So, like, this feeling of, like, having to chase down her own father, right? And chase him down for the comfort that she has depended on her entire life, which is now no longer there.
Lights. Or are you just another ghost?
It's very funny. Like the snaking up of the tail, but also just the implication of him coming up from down there as though he's just completed a blowjob. Oh, dear. But yeah, like the snaking around, right? Like the possession, the taking, the holding.
How could you lie to my face? And did our time mean nothing?
Right? Because, like, the promise that Stolas made to Octavia, right, was that he would always be there for her, right? Like, she would always be the first priority, that she's the most important person in his life. And again, not saying that it's fair from Octavia to try and hold her father to, like, your entire life should be about me forever. But again, this is a teenager, and she has literally nothing else as far as she knows, right? There's, like, her dad is her entire emotional support system. When that goes away, like, you don't have a lot of choices with how you would react to that, especially when you're emotionally immature. There aren't a lot of options. It's either you fall into total, complete despair and give up on everything and die, or else you reach for something else that can keep you going through it. And anger is a pretty good place to reach for that. Like, that's one of the things I'll say in favor of anger is, like, anger will get you through some shit. Anger will give you a lot of strength to carry on through real bad things that, like, depression and apathy and misery won't. So, like, when Octavia reaches for anger at Stolas here, again, emotionally, that's, like, again, not fair on Stolas, perhaps, because that guy is also traumatized by his relationship with Stella and his position, right? And deserves a chance to find some happiness that isn't just entirely him being an orbiter to his child her entire life. That's toxic for both of them as well. Not fair, but completely understandable. And not an unreasonable response from a child. So anyway, environmental design. The house is destabilizing, right? Stolas and Blitz has now found Blitz, and what has happened to the house? Well, it's starting to warp and twist and tear apart and fall down, right? Like, the space itself is beginning to be affected by this instability that has been introduced into her life.
Did our time mean nothing to you? Were you bluffing on?
Right? Literally, oh, look, he has replaced me with that, right? And again, also, Octavia is probably racist towards imps, right? Because that's how she has been raised. Stolas is racist towards imps. Stella is racist towards imps. Everyone she has ever met or had any kind of social connection with is racist towards imps. So if she's, like, seeing Blitz as this, like, menacing, evil, corruptive, seductive interloper destroying her home life, it's like, yeah, no, that's probably also due to some biases that she has been taught from birth by her parents and by everyone that she has ever met in the social circle that she runs in. Which, again, doesn't make it okay, doesn't make it fair, but it's, again, this is a child. She hasn't had a lot of options other than to become a product of her environment.
All along that you would be there to see yourself forgiven by me if you thought that I'd take it.
Right? This is where she reaches for anger, right? That she has had this experience of her father constantly drifting away from her, leaving her behind, chasing that fucking imp instead of being there for her when she needs him. And then we get this, like, condescending Stolas shadow, right? Like, reaching down, do you need me to pull you up again? Which is where she reaches for anger, right? And says, like, no, actually, fuck you. If you're just gonna leave me behind to go chase your stupid boyfriend and leave me with this bitch and my shit-ass uncle alone in this house, then fuck you, actually. Like, how could you do that to me? You were the only thing I had, and you said you'd be there forever, and then you left me. Fuck you.
And I take it you were wrong.
And so the house literally begins to crumble, right? Like, this house, which is full of these signifiers and images of her family as a place where she has some kind of place, some kind of rest, can kind of be in herself, just crashes and falls apart, right? And again, like, this is the thing we've talked about with the Helluverse before, right? Like, it's the daddy issues cartoon universe, right? But it's all different kinds of daddy issues, right? Blitz has his daddy issues. Oh boy, does he. Stolas has his daddy issues. Oh boy, does he. And Stella has her daddy issues, right? Which is like, what do you do when the only person who has ever actively, openly, visibly, committedly loved you in your entire life, the only person who's ever really done that for you, for as long as you've been alive, what do you do when they seem to abandon you in favor of someone else? What do you do? If I think of myself in Stella's position as like, I don't know what kind of raging toxic asshole I would turn into if I'd gone through what she had gone through. Like the emotional swings and difficulties that she has had to deal with. But I don't think I would be a very good person at all. Oh boy, no. I think I would be pretty shit if that was how I was raised.
Oh, you were wrong. And when you're gone,
The fucking effects animation, man. And I'm also wondering, like, this would just be, and I say just, but like these columns breaking apart, right? Like, that would just be separate layers of 2D objects being, like, tweened, right? Like, that's just motion tweening. Again, just in large air quotes. Because, see, that, like, that feels like hand animation on things crumbling. The motion of this, though, and I have no way to tell or prove that, the motion of this does feel like it's 3D animation. In the sense that it's like something that's rendered in a 3D scene and like maybe with some procedural physics? Something? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. But it doesn't feel entirely like just flat image motion tweening. But also, I don't think the wall pieces necessarily feel like 3D objects. Does that column rotate as it goes down? Is that like a rotation, or is it just translating? Like, is that a 3D scene? I mean, if you were gonna have a 3D scene anywhere in this sequence, I would do it here. Oh, shit, it has to be, doesn't it? If this is hand animated, motherfucker, why would you do that? Why would you not just 3D animate that? Like, why would you do that to yourself? I wouldn't put it past you, motherfuckers at Spindle Horse. There's something really... It's a gorgeous shot. Like, it is genuinely gorgeous, but... And then there's this bit where we begin to see fire, right? Like, not right now, 4K downloader. So that's an interesting bit of visual imagery, right? Because, like, now that Stella and Andy have control over the house, cold, icy, right? But the manifestation of Octavia's anger and her interiority is fire, which I like as a counterpoint. I like that Octavia is reaching for flame and fire and heat as a way of coping with all of this, as a way of dealing with it. And also, this fucking effects animation, man. Like the wobbling on the bubble as it grows.
I will be okay.
Differentiated timings. creating smoothness in the frame. We love to see it.
I will be okay, though I'll never be the same.
And then there's the fucking shot. Oh, I'm gonna spend some time on that fucking shot. But I also want to like compliment to like the animator handling Octavia's physical acting, right? Because she's doing this like defiant power ballad thing, like shouting out that like fuck you, then like I'll fucking walk away, I'll burn everything down, I'll walk away from it, right? Like she's reaching for all of this anger, right? But she never loses the Octavia body language, right? Like she's like, and that's the thing where like as an animator, you have to make some calls about like how does someone like Octavia express physically that level of anger, right? How does someone like Octavia physically express that? Because Octavia as a character is very tied up, right? Like very tight, shoulders up around like she's very anxious. She's very introverted in a lot of ways. She's like has a difficulty opening up about her feelings a lot of the time. And she's like very down and very dour. In a way, like, compare and contrast with Stolas. Like, if Stolas was singing this song, there would be hand motions, he would be reaching out, he would be swinging around, he would be doing Stolas things, right? Like, his hands would be all over the place, his theatrical acting would come out, he'd be acting with his chest and his hands and his arms. Octavia doesn't, even when she's here, right? Like, so there's that balance that the animators have to strike between when does she allow anger to move her to a big physical motion, and not just, like, a big note, for example. And I kind of wish I had a version of this shot that didn't have the stuff in front of it. But you can see them doing that here, right? Like navigating that tension between we can't have her emote by making big hand gestures, right? Like she can't emote with big hand gestures. She doesn't do like big theatrical flourishes. How do we get a sense of like a lot going on inside of her out, right? So we get this thing of like, she comes from down, she rises, okay, and then she flinches. Like she has this moment of expressing herself a little bit loudly, flinches back from it, almost as like, God damn it, like why did I, almost as though she's like cringing at herself a little bit. Right, so it is this very down, this very like she's moving like she's being beaten down, essentially, right? Like it's like there's this downwards pressure from her from above that reacts to her going too high by pushing her back down, right? So you get this sense of weight and pressure on her, which, like, again, that feels like that's emotionally true to the feelings that she's going through.
I will be okay, though I'll never be the same. And I'll know that I was right to doubt you. Oh.
Okay, we'll get to that. Oh my god, I want to get to that shot, but let's... Right? Again, imagine how either Stolas or Blitz would emote this bit here, right? How many big motions that they would be making, especially Stolas. And, like, it's still there. Like, here we're really navigating that tension of, like, how big can we go with Octavia, right? Like, how far can we push her acting to express a powerful feeling inside of her? And it isn't really that far, right? Shoulders are still up. They're pretty tense, like, around her shoulder. She doesn't really raise her arms that far. So it's more like a lot of her feeling, where Stolas, like, his feeling does tend to come out, like, as these big sort of flourishing motions. For her, it feels more like the feeling is coming out, like, right from her chest, right? That's the locus of it, and it's pushing out from there. It's really good. Like, it's very well judged of keeping the character's physicality, like, what does emoting like that look like to her? And it's something that's really fucking difficult. Like, I don't know how to explain the difficulty of this. Animators are actors. Fundamentally, animation is acting, and the animators are actors. They are doing acting. They're doing it through the proxy of like the character that they're animating, but this is an acting performance by the people who are animating her. Right? And it's every bit as difficult, like I would argue substantially more difficult than doing an acting performance in real life. Because it's not just that you have to understand the physicality and how to make it read. It's every pixel, every part, every single angle, every single motion, every movement, every frame of this character has to come from your understanding of what this character does with their physicality, how they react to their feelings, how they express them. I've said it before, animation is a miracle. Like, all of it. All of animation is a miracle. It's a miracle that human beings figured out how to do this. And it's the thing of, like, it looks so effortless, right? You don't think about the fact that every single frame of everything that happens, everything you see on screen is someone somewhere making a choice, a decision, saying this is what this needs to look like right now to feel correct. And they do it intuitively, right? Like, animators don't sit around the fucking math floating around their face kind of going, I'm calculating every single move of everything I'm doing. No, they feel their way through it, same as actors do, right? And there's a level of like calculation and technical skill and craft and all of that, like frame timing sheets and all that shit. But that person can just sit down and kind of go, yeah, this feels right, and be correct about that. Intuitively, of a fucking cartoon-ass lanky motherfucking bird person who doesn't even have lips, and yet somehow these fucking wizard-ass motherfuckers find some way to make the character emote and speak as though they have a human face when they have eyes the size of baseballs and no noses. How? How do you do that? Wizards, fuck you!
Never be the same. And I'll know that I was right to doubt you. I'll grow.
And then there's this fucking shot. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Spindlehorse, you motherfuckers! You motherfuckers. Oh, the spinning move on Stolas in the last episode. Wow, 20 minutes on that. Oh, look at him spin. Fuck you. Oh, you motherfuckers. You assholes. I can't believe you've done this to me. Okay, what are the means here? Because, again, if I was trying to plan the production of a shot like that and try and get it through, what I would do is, at the very least, create a 3D background for all of this and then rotoscope the shit out of that, which may be what they've done, but this, I genuinely, on this fucking camera move, because Octavia isn't a 3D model, I will say that, isn't she? There isn't a... Because I would rotoscope the shit out of that. Like, how the fuck do you do that without rotoscoping it? This is another one of those fucking shots, man. Some portion of this has to be 3D animation. It's too smooth. It's too geometrically perfect. You can't do that. Surely. But if the background was 3D animated, I would expect Octavia to be a little bit less steady in it. Because she's so planted. That's when you do 3D, 2D animation, right? Like when you insert 2D characters on any kind of 3D moving background, compositing that shit together. And by the way, shoutouts to the fucking compositor on this fucking shot specifically. I don't know who you are, but motherfucker. I want to see the I want to see what this shot looks like prior to like compositing, prior to color correction, I want to see the process on this fucking shot. I need some, like, if they post it on Twitter or whatever, link me to it. I need to see the process on this fucking shot specifically. I need to see it. Because first of all, again, acting, right? Like the thing we talked about. How does Octavia emote these huge feelings inside of her? Well, she doesn't really. Not in the way that Stolas would. Not in the way that any of the other characters would. And the way the fucking act... And again, the animator is animating all of this shit, rotating with a camera floating down in a three-dimensional space, like slightly rotating around her, also changing like eye line from a high up, like from a high angle to fucking going all the way down to like having the eye line below the fucking subject. Fuck you. They're doing that. They're managing all of that three-dimensional change to the character's volume. A character, which, as we've talked about before with Helluva Boss, these characters aren't like Disney characters. They're not created by like that, like very voluminous drawing through the shape kind of fucking Disney-style animation. These are hyper-stylized 2D motherfuckers. Flat as shit. And the colorist on this also as well, like the people handling the lighting and the VFX on the color here, the lighting on the character is doing so much to imply that three-dimensional volume that she needs for this shot. And so the animator is doing the performance for the character, which is that Octavia is practically vomiting this shit out, right? Like she's hunched over, arms crossed in front of her chest, right? And she's just ejecting this shit. Like she's coughing it or vomiting it out of her soul, right? So there's that going on of like you have to maintain the acting performance of the character. And then at the same time, we have all of this like wind and fury whipping around the character. All of this, like the hair going, flying in her face, like really changing the silhouette of the character as it goes. And they're rotating this. Who did this? Which one of you motherfuckers dared to do this to me? Which one of you astonishing people? So I think there's a little bit of a compositing error here, which is, you see these shards? At least the shot implies here that shard is floating somewhere out here, like way behind Octavia, but then as the camera pans down, oops, that thing occludes in front of her in a way that I don't think quite makes sense with the space as it's being presented to us. Because, like, I don't know how that could possibly be floating in front of her, right, as the camera moves down. It's not critical, like, it's not, but the fucking lighting and the fucking... But again, we're inside Octavia's mindscape, right? Like, we're inside her mind space, which, again, like her father, her mindscape is very cosmic. It's very planets and suns and stars exploding and burning out. And, like... I need to... Hang on. I have the... Do I have it here? I do.
How silence grows under the moon. Constellations gone so soon. I used to think that I was bold. I used to think love would be...
God, you can see the progression also in the animation quality. Like, the frame rate here is even lower.
Would be fun. Now all my stories have been told, except for one. As the stars start to align, I hope you take it as a sign that you'll be okay. Everything will gone, you'll be okay. And when creation goes to die, you can find me in the sky upon the lawn.
Yeah, similar imagery, right? Like, we have still this exploding star thing. But again, where Stolas' color scheme, the color grading on him, is very cold, right? Like, very blue, very morose, very placid. Pinks, purples, blues, all of that. For Octavia, this is... Still, the pink is in there, but this is all fire, this is all red, this is all warm, right? So, Octavia, the way that she expresses her internal pain here, right, is she doesn't do her father's grand, dramatic gestures, but this is like a volcano erupting, right? Like, you can see, like, all of this, it's just all of this shit building up under the surface, starting to burst out.
I was right to doubt you. I'll grow without you, and you'll only know my name.
Right? Volcanic eruption building up from within until... Right? Which is a different... Again, like, who knows how much they planned this at this point? But, like, Stolas' climax, right? Like, his high note. It's not anything coming from inside of him that's exploding. It's not, like, an internal... emotional eruption that is, like, exploding out into the world. For him, it's more, oh yeah, no, the universe is collapsing around me, right? For him, this is something that's very external to him. The motion of stars and planets, like immutable fate, destiny, all of that. And Octavia, it's like, she's there on the fucking ground, right? Like, she is the eruption, right? Like, Stolas experiences the eruption from somewhere else, and she is there, like, at the center, at the very heart of where the eruption is. It's a difference in emotional engagement between this fucking shot. How long is it? How fucking long is it? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 seconds on, like, the complex camera rotation bullshit. 6 seconds. How long did that take? How long? That's 6 seconds of animation at, like, animated on 2s. That could have taken, like, from storyboard to keyframes to cleanup to compositing to... How many months of work went into this? How many months did people have to work on this? How much... Again, animation is a miracle. You have no idea how much work it takes to create 6 seconds that look like this. I don't have any idea. Like, I'm not in touch with, like, all of the fucking... What can Toon Boom do nowadays? Like, what are all the production shortcuts that exist now in the age of digital productions? I don't know. Like, I used to cram my face full of documentaries about animation in the olden, like, classic Disney days, right? Like, all the digital production methods. It's so much. The sheer amount of human time and effort that had to be spent to produce this for 6 seconds to reach the climax of a song.
You'll only know my name. You always told
Again, color grading. Here comes Stolas' colors.
me I'd be okay. Well, I'll be okay.
And a very interesting right? This image she had of her and her dad forever, right? Like, the two of them in constellation, immutable as the stars. The fire being an expression of her anger, burning it up, but then also literally using it as a stepping stone to move on with.
Though I'm not okay today. But my tears won't fall upon your shoulder. I'll just get older and you'll only know my name.
That's a pretty good lyric, that. My tears will not fall upon your shoulder. I'll just get older, and you will only know my name. Right? Like, you won't know me, you'll just know the name. That's a pretty solid lyric about, like, the inevitable brutality of time and what it does to relationships. Jeez. This is a subtle little bit of performance as well. Like, because now we've exited the mind space, right? Like, we've exited the realm of psychotropic landscapes creating grand emotional gestures for us. So now it's all just down to the animator moving Octavia around to express the feeling and, like,
Know my name.
fuck me. Yeah, no, that's a season finale, all right. And so here's where I wonder, did Octavia know that her dad was taking antidepressants? Because it kind of feels like she kind of must a little bit. Didn't she? Like, was he taking them back in Lululand? I don't think he was taking them, like, in front of her at this point, right? No. No. So I don't know if she knew that he was taking these pills at all. And of course it's Belphegor's. So I'm wondering whether this is a revelation for her of, like, oh shit, actually my dad had some shit going on inside of him that he never let me know, right? That he never burdened me with, never shared. Or if it's a thing of, like, oh, dad doesn't have his medication, he needs it, I should go take it to him. Either way, like, that feels like what this moment is Octavia realizing he doesn't have his medication, shit. And that's, again, that's a difficult fucking position to be in as a teenager, right? Like, being someone who has to take care of the mental and physical health of your parent. That's a difficult thing to do when you're an adult, right? And your parents are getting old and you have to take care of them. As a teenager, as a child, that's a situation that a lot of children of people with, like, severe mental health issues are put in because there isn't a support system to help them. It's not that uncommon for children of people with severe mental health issues to end up at a very young age becoming caretakers to their parents because there's no one else there, right? And it's a fucking hard thing. It's a fucking lot of pills, too. And you can see you can see Octavia going through a fucking thing here, right? I think this is her realizing her dad was taking kind of a lot of pills to help him cope. Like, this feels, in terms of the acting performance, like her, like, shit, I didn't know it was that bad. And going through some pretty complicated feelings about it, too. right? Like it feels like she's moving through like sympathy, fear, shame, anger, resolution. Certainly that's my vibe, is that she's determined now that she's going to find her dad and bring him the damn pills because he needs them. But let's see how it plays out. Oh no, sorry. Like you can't. I'm sorry, Stolas, but I'm reading your fucking diary. Well, I'm gonna try anyway. Fucking hell, man. Legibility? What are you, a doctor? The froze. The something breath caught in his throat as the other man leaned in. The other feel like he could feel his warm breath ghost against his trembling. Okay. His own breath fluttered as their lips touched. His lover's breath, hot and needy, their breaths intertwined into one breath. Looking at him was as if something had just reunited with an old friend. Scratch that out. Old lover. And so he's writing sappy erotic fiction as a means to cope with his misery, which, hey chat, can you relate to that? Can any of you relate to that? Writing like sappy erotic fiction to cope with how tough shit is? Can any of you in the comments? Any of you? Can any of you relate to that? I'm sure you can't. You're all very well-balanced individuals with no emotional issues.
Don't you have any reading material anywhere? Are we supposed to just sit here and wait? How long do they take?
They take their time. It's a difficult business, I imagine.
You imagine? Well, they should hurry up if they expect people to just stick around without anything to do. What a shoddy business operation.
Oh, here's an idea. You could shut the fuck up.
Twitter profile picture right there. I love a smear frame. I love a good smear frame. What a good little gesture. Shut the fuck up. Like with the little yap hand gesture on top of the... That's a little Blitz coded almost, actually, Stolas. Is he rubbing off on you? Well, I bet he's rubbing a lot of things on you, but is he rubbing off on you as well?
Shut the fuck up.
Rude.
Yes. Hello?
Hey, I'm calling you about your extended warranty and your new Robo Pony 2000.
Was that Brandon Rogers?
Hello? Hey, I'm calling you about your extended warranty and your new Robo Pony 2000.
Well, it's one of them. I don't know. Stolas, you need your medication, man. I kind of appreciate that. Like, they're doing a little bit here with the way that he's animated. Like, look how stiff and, like, sudden his motion is. Like...
What a fucking idiot I am! This was so stupid, I cannot believe I could be this fucking stupid. I ruined everything! Move, you shitty desk! And I did it for what? These stupid
Oh boy, Stolas, you need your meds, man.
you shitty desk!
The animator is having a lot of fun with his misery here. Stretch! Like letting the hand trail down like he's sinking in quicksand. Very good. Let's see. Okay, that's the same. That's the page he was. Why, Stolas, you're not a half-bat artist, are you? I do like that in his fantasies, Blitz is bigger than him. Oh, you little bottom.
And I did it for what? These stupid, foolish fantasies! I can't stand it any longer. I don't care what they fucking do. I'm seeing Octavia.
I guess it's something to read.
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no. Oh, don't. Oh, this better not be going where I think it's going. God, the husband with his kids is going to be like really happy and wholesome and good, and he'll like, because it'll be a gay husband who has escaped a really shitty relationship with a terrible wife who he hates and who was ruining his entire fucking existence. And who's now sending assassins after him because he escaped from their relation.
Ah, it is cold as shit. What is this?
Do humans have SINSMAS too?
I don't think so. This seems to be something else. You okay, babe?
Oh yeah. Must just be the cold.
Okay, let's just hurry up and kill this son of a bitch so we can get the fuck back home.
Those character designs feel too specific. Hang on, are they? I don't. Is this a reference to something? Are these characters from somewhere? This feels too specific. This feels like it's a reference to something, but I don't know what it is, and that's a little frustrating.
Sir, this may be out of turn, but I feel like this one isn't worth the money.
What?
I don't think I want to be part of this one, sir.
You okay, Dad?
Dad.
I can handle this one. You know, if you're not up for it.
Really?
Yeah, go kill them, Luna. Oh no, don't do that, Luna, please. Again, not a fucking subtle show, is it? Not a subtle show in the... Yeah, we're just gonna come out and say it, right? Like, who cares about subtext? I know writers use subtext, and they're all cowards. But then the subtext does need to be pretty explicit text here, so it's like, it's fine. Luna homophobic? So again, I wonder if this is meant to be an intentional contrast with, the fuck was the first episode called? Murder Family, right? Where, like, we're doing kind of the same thing with Moxie having second thoughts about, like, killing a family for money, who would just seem to be kind of happy and okay with each other. Except, of course, that family also had a human skin lamp, so the situation is not exactly analog. Unless they also have human skin lamps in there. Let me see. Any corpses hidden in the frame? Any skulls? Any lamps dressed with human skin? No? Okay. It does feel like a bit of a shift in the cynicism, though. Because, like, Helluva Boss, most of the time when the demons have gone to the human world, especially early on in the show, it's like, oh yeah, no, humans are pieces of shit. Like, just universally, everyone's a piece of shit, motherfucking bastard asshole, and they all deserve to die, and don't worry about it, right? Like, there aren't any good people here. And it's okay if all of them get shot with guns, because who cares, right? This is a bit of a shift. It's a little bit of like a... Like, not a drop of cynicism anywhere. I'm waiting for the turn. I'm waiting for the turn where it turns out these two people are like cannibal serial killers or whatever. But it doesn't feel like that's where the show is going. Also, what is this a reference to? It has to be something. I swear to God. Or is it a cameo from like some actual actors who work on the show, or some it feels too specific. Like, it feels like there's something going on.
Sir, this may be out of turn, but I feel like this one isn't worth the money.
What?
I don't think I want to be part of this one, sir.
You okay, Dad? I can handle this one. You know, if you're not up for it.
Really?
The high note. Very John Williams, I think. And what a contrast, right? Like, how does Blitz see Octavia? Well, he kind of wants her to be his daughter, right? Octavia sees Blitz as this, like, toxic interloper, right? Like this thing that's trying to steal her family away from her. Or just this destabilizing thing that caused her family to fall apart. And Blitz is like, 2 daughters? I would love to have 2 daughters.
Nah, fuck this. We're going home.
What? Didn't he cheat or something? Come on, this is fun. We've done this kind of thing before.
Just not this one, Mills. Not today.
I can do this one. I can do this.
Millie!
We'll do it next time. It's just not worth
Don't
it.
start, Moxie. Just because you aren't demon enough to do this job doesn't mean... I'm sorry.
Sweetie, I know it's SINSMAS and it's in the spirit of wrath, but are you okay?
I'm fine. I don't know what's gotten into me today.
It's okay.
Yeah,
I'm
good
here for
question
you.
about that, actually.
Wow.
Good question about that. What had gotten into Millie there? What, That feels like it's foreshadowing something. It's setting something up.
I never want to go anywhere cold again. Stolas.
He's gone, and he left this terribly sinful erotic novel behind. Can you believe this trash? Didn't make me wet at all.
Wow, I feel lighter.
Dad?
Octavia? What are you doing here?
I came to give this back to my dad. Where the fuck is he?
I swear, he was just right here.
Where would he go?
I think I know.
Oh boy. Love the glitter. It's like a Christmas miracle as she's being thrown out to the window.
Wow, I feel lighter.
Dad?
What are you doing here?
I came to give this back to my dad. Where the fuck is he?
I swear, he was just right here.
Where would he go?
Yeah, again, the acting performance on Octavia quite confrontational here.
I swear, he was just right here.
Where would he go?
I think I know.
He's made ice statues of himself. Jesus Christ. Very Frozen, though. Like, literally and figuratively and in terms of imagery. Oh, that's lovely. I guess they see him coming.
Fucking Ice Queen, how extra can you get?
Stolas, you know you're not one to talk, right?
Oh, this is just sad, Stolas.
Let me see my daughter. This instant.
I imagine this is rather hard for you, Stolas. Oh, poor thing. All alone now, without your lovely plants, or your lovely stars, or your lovely little daughter. Everything you are now.
Yeah! I was anticipating it. I knew Stolas was going to throw hands at some point, but good timing on that. Very good.
Oh, now.
Yeah, I figured there was going to be a turn at some point when he remembers that he has magic powers, but I mean, Stolas can throw a fist, huh? He's got some strength in those wiry little bones. Fully doing an anime slide backwards, very good.
You are dead for that!
Do it, pussy.
You really need to take your meds, dude. You can't be going around being fucking suicidal like this.
Are dead for that!
Do it, pussy.
I will enjoy this.
Hey, Elsa!
Okay, so that was on purpose then. Okay, that was on purpose then. I see. Okay.
Get your icy hands off my bottom, bitch!
The imp! The imp is challenging me.
Hey, who had the after Stryker tried to assassinate Stolas? Who had the demon killing gun? Did someone have that? They're not going to bring that back. Like, they're not going to kill Andy, surely.
Scatter!
Millie!
Luna, launch me!
Slippery. Love the music here, by the way, also. That's a good little slide. Fully, like, we've done the musicals, now we're just fully doing anime shit. I appreciate it.
You little insects really think you can do anything to me? A Marquis of Hell? You want to
Woof woof, motherfucker!
And try again, bitch! I've been called so much worse.
It'll be rather amusing to squash you all.
Didn't expect Vor, but okay. Some interesting things going on with the way they handle his... Like, he's weaving it out like a spider, almost, the way that... Like, interesting, like, going from... I guess... He makes sense as someone who would be like, this is subtext, not text, but like, He makes sense as someone who would be subtextually aligned with Mammon in that regard, like a spider, right? Like, if that's the reference here, like, that it's, like, not that he specifically is of Mammon or whatever, but that he's, like, as a person, as a character is, like, aligned with greed as a primary sin, that he would have spider imagery coming out of, like, his peacock imagery. That's quite clever.
Fuck me.
Ow.
Oh.
Fuck yes. Kids, baby.
You are so fucking hot right now.
I think I'm gonna give the firepower a try this time.
Millie, big weapon, stab!
Lance, excellent. Slaying dragons even, that is fun. Are you humming fucking Flight of the Valkyries? Dude.
This is fun.
All right, sweetie, cover me. The prince's knife needs his sword.
Oh, you motherfuckers. Fucking look at that, man. Tracking shots where you animate the ground as well as the characters running on it, like, frame by frame. And then, like, this fucking rocket, like, look at that shit. Tracing into the shot, following the moving character, overtaking them. Oh my god, look at this. And then this fucking dragon-ass creature, like... Oh yeah, sure, let's just take a creature that looks like this fucking thing and animate it with volume. Why not? Why not? Sure, we can just do that. Camera tracking shot pushing in Luna's claws, carrying up the thing, tracking backwards, following Moxie and Luna, managing the tail in the frame as well. Sure, why not? Let's just do that. We can just do that with a 3D fucking pushing camera. Sure, why not? I'm numb to it now. Like, fucking Helluva Boss says. Sure, why not? Why not? This might as well happen.
Blitz! Ooh, impressive, Moxie!
Catch!
Yeah, Moxie! High five!
Oh, he
would. You've just risked your life to save mine.
Well, so did you.
Reveling it, like the fucking guitar riff on it. Very good.
How dare you pathetic waste of lower-class scum attack me!
Hydra! Excellent.
This, I will see all your heads mounted!
Guess who else is pretty strong? Yeah.
Stand down, girl! This doesn't concern you.
You will not hurt my dad.
You are in no position to make demands of me. Imagine what your mother will say.
Uh-huh, exactly. Imagine what her mother will say when she finds out you got your ass handed to you by a gaggle of imps and a hellhound. I think that's what folks call a bad look.
A very bad look.
cat. Oh, clutching his little feathers. Blowing raspberries. Oh, you child, Andy.
Way. But you will regret this.
Thea, my brave, powerful girl, I am so proud of you.
You lied to me.
What?
You lied to me! You said you would never leave me! You promised!
Thea, I didn't leave you. I would never. It wasn't my choice.
It was your choice. You chose him.
Thea, no, I didn't. I had to. You don't understand.
I do understand. I understand we were never enough for you. You never loved Mother, and you don't love me. You love him. And you needed these. Was this my fault that you needed these?
No, never, Thea, sweetie, please. You have always been the only good thing in my life.
So does that mean you just stayed miserable because of me? Was I some fucking obligation? Is that why you didn't even hesitate when you got a chance to leave?
I love you, Thea, so much. Please, sweetie, let me explain.
I can't. You lied to me once and you'll do it again. Have a great fucking life with him, Dad.
No, Thea, please. Please!
Anyway, that's the end of the episode. Wow, what a fun season. What a fun season. What good times, hijinks, and adventures that we all got up to. Oh, man, I can't wait for next season. That's fun. I don't think there's any more of the episode left. Let me just go ahead and delete. Like, that's probably just the credits. We never watched those anyway. Let me just delete that from the time. I have to joke to cope. Again, boy, howdy. I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards. I genuinely, if they had just cut to black and, like, let that be the end of the episode, I would respect that a lot.
You said you would never leave me. You promised.
Thea, I didn't leave you. I would never. It wasn't my choice.
It was your choice. You chose him.
Thea, no, I didn't. I had to. You don't understand.
I do understand. I understand we were never enough for you. You never loved Mother, and you don't love me. You love him. And you needed these. Was this my fault that you needed these?
No.
Yeah. The thing is, Octavia isn't wrong. That's the problem. That's what makes this difficult, right? Because Stolas did choose Blitz. Like, he made decisions that he knew were going to stabilize his family. He chose Blitz when he went to the courtroom to defend him, right? And again, as Stolas says, I had to. Like, from Stolas' perspective, he didn't have a fucking choice because he loves the motherfucker, right? But it is a choice that he made, right? What Via is lacking is because she's a fucking child, right? Like, she's a fucking child. What she's lacking is this understanding that things can be more complicated than these binaries, right? She's stuck in this idea that her dad can only truly be there for one person, right? That if her dad goes anywhere, does anything, loves anyone other than her, then she's gonna be all alone, right? Which is a childish way to see things. A deeply childish way. And a rough fucking thing for Stolas to go through. But, like, Stolas did choose Blitz, right? Like, that's sort of the crux of so much of his storyline with Blitz, is, like, this thing of, like, here are all these obligations that I'm stuck to. I'm going to make a decision for myself, right? I'm going to pursue my own happiness. I'm going to give a shit about myself. I'm going to be selfish for the first time in my entire life. I'm going to be selfish for 1 second, right? And that was a choice. A reasonable one, a good one, like ultimately one which I think is going to be healthy for him. Just, you know, choices have consequences, and one of the consequences is, hey, you have a deeply emotionally codependent relationship with your daughter, where, like, you are both each other's, like, literal only support system in the whole entire world, and that's sort of the state that you've been living in for her entire life, and now you're going to destabilize that? Yeah, no, that's going to have consequences. Like, that's... especially when you don't talk to her about it. That's the other thing about Stolas, right? Like, Stolas has had a lot of opportunities to explain to Via. He's had time. Like, they were in the same house living together for a good long while there. While the relationship with Stella was falling apart, while the divorce was happening. But as we saw in, like, a couple of the episodes, Stolas, throughout all of this, has been more invested in sticking it to Stella than he has been in actually connecting with and, like, trying to help his daughter understand the things that are happening to him, being emotionally open with her, right? Because again from Stolas' perspective, I'm sure the thinking in his head is like, well, I shouldn't burden her with this, right? I shouldn't tell her that I need to take pills in order to get through the day, because she shouldn't be burdened with that. And that's not wrong. That's not necessarily something your children need to know. But it is a thing of, like, it's probably a conversation you should have had with her at some point, right? Like, hey, this is what it's like to be me. I have this mental health problem. This is medication that helps me with that. It's not your fault, right? Like, I completely understand from the perspective of a parent. Like, I don't want to tell my child that I need pills in order to live, right? Like, I need pills in order to get through the day. That's a terrifying thing. But it's also the kind of conversation that it's healthy and important to have. Like, because children will internalize. Octavia has lived this life where the only things in her life is, like, Stolas and her mom, and that's it. And her shitty uncle sometimes. So she finds these pills, right? And if she has this perception that her dad was just looking for a way out, away from this relationship, away from being who he was. And so she sees that and she's like, yeah, no, I understand how that to her, especially to a child who's so anxious and who's so destabilized, that she would internalize that, blame herself for it. Right? We were never enough for you. Yeah, that's true. But, like, again, what Octavia doesn't understand is that that's not necessarily a bad thing. Right? Like, yeah, like, just you and Stella alone as the only features of Stolas' life forever? Of course that's not enough for him. That shouldn't be enough for anyone. And you're in the same position, girl. Like, what you have right now, that life you had with your mom and dad, that's not enough for you either. Right? Like, that's... if things had just stayed that way, it wouldn't have been better. It would have been worse. A lot worse. Oh my god, would it have been worse. 1,000,000 times worse. I just broke my chair. Hang on. Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Okay, so there's an armrest on my chair. And it's been a bit loose for a while now. And I just tried to readjust myself by leaning my weight on it. And the top of the armrest just came off. And looking at it, there's like a plastic bracket in here that's broken. Did it snap? Is that what happened? Or did it just... how the fuck is that attached in the first place? How was that attachment? Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, Sorry, that kind of killed my train of thought a little bit. Well, hell. Okay. I liked that armrest. It was comfortable. I bought this chair like 3 months ago. God damn it. Okay. Okay, where the fuck where was I? Right. Right. Octavia understands correctly that just being with her and Stella in that fucking house was never enough for Stolas. Because of course it wasn't. Like, that's the truth. What she doesn't understand is that that's true for her as well, right? Like, that living like that would never have been enough for her either. It isn't enough for her. She's miserable and sad and scared, right? And so, like, that things change, that this relationship fell apart, that this marriage ended, that everything was upended. In the long term, that's probably for the better, but you don't understand that when you're a child, right? She's a child. She doesn't know this. She doesn't have a life experience that would allow her to know this. Like, all she knows is that her support system, her relationship, like, her stability got thrown out the window the day that her dad decided to run after an imp, right? That's what she knows, and that's all she's able to know. And so there's this mixture in her of both yelling at her father and being angry with him for upending her life like that without even talking to her about it. Like, as far as we know, Stolas has never talked to Octavia about his relationship with Blitz. He has never opened up to her about, like, why did you go for this fucking imp, actually, Dad? Like, why was this worth blowing up your life over? Why do you love him? What is that? What is it that he gives you that, like, and where, again, as we talked about, Stolas doesn't know how to be a good parent either. Like, he doesn't fucking know. Where would he have learned it from? His dad? Not fucking bloody likely. Right? Stolas doesn't know how to be a decent dad either, because he's never had a chance to learn that. Like, no one has taught him parenting skills. All he's ever done his entire life is repress his feelings and not talk about it to anyone, not complain, not let anyone see it, not let anyone know. And so, of course, for Octavia, this is her dad disappearing, right? Vanishing. Leaving her life, like, and becoming this completely different person. And of course, she doesn't see how she fits into that, right? Blitz sees it. Blitz sees how Octavia could be a part of his life, right? He has this image in his head of the way that they could all be a happy family together. Octavia doesn't. Because where would she have seen it? Where would she have learned it from? Where would she have even, like, begun to know that something like that is remotely possible? Right? So all she knows is that it's either the imp or here with my mom, right? These are the only two options. Because she's a child, she thinks in binaries. And then to find out that her dad was on this medication to keep him from killing himself, basically. And to feel like that's her fault, right? That she was an obligation that was holding him in this relationship that was making him miserable, so miserable that he wanted to die. And that was my fault because I was born and I am this anchor around his legs that's preventing him from being happy, right? I'm the reason my dad is unhappy. I'm the reason why my dad is miserable and sad. It's my fault, right? So she's internalizing this and she's taking it on herself. And making herself responsible, like, for her dad's happiness. And so she's simultaneously here punishing Stolas for hurting her. And she's trying to, like, set him free, right? Like, she's trying to, like, okay, fine, you want to leave? You want to be with this fucking imp that makes you so happy? Then go and be happy. Fuck you. Fuck off, right? Like, I don't want you here where I'm just going to make you miserable forever, right? I don't want you here where if I'm just going to make you sad and it's going to be miserable and you don't want to be here and you don't really love me and you just see me as a burden that you have to deal with, that you have to accept, well then go, right? So it's this very ugly, toxic combination of both anger and resentment and pain and fear and uncertainty, but then also she's trying to save him, right? Like, she's trying to help her dad be happy in some way, which is a burden that a child should never have to feel like they need to take on. But when you're raised in a household like that, when you have a mother like Stella and a family like Andy, and a dad who does not open up to you and doesn't tell you anything because he's doing the same thing, right? Like, that's the thing, that's the way in which they're alike, right? Stolas has all of this self-sacrificing, like, I have to take on all the responsibility, and like, I have to be miserable so other people can be happy, right? She learned that from him, and that's exactly what she's doing right now. She's reflecting Stolas' own behavior right back to him, right? If I have to be miserable and live without my dad in order for him to be happy, fine, I'll do it, right? And yeah, like, whew, rough shit. And again, the discourse, whenever I encounter it, also runs into this childish binary, right? Where it's someone's right and someone's wrong, right? Like, someone's a victim and someone is an abuser, and these are the only two states of matter that can exist, right? Like, where one person or the other has to be constructed as the person who is wrong, and then the person who is wrong has to be punished, or has to change, or has to realize that they're wrong and apologize in order for the conflict to be resolved. And the thing is, it's not that simple. It's almost never that simple. Like, occasionally, sometimes, you get a very simple situation where there's a victim and an abuser, and the abuser needs to be punished, and then everything will be better. Sometimes. But most of the time, when you're dealing with complicated interpersonal relationships, especially between parents and children, where you have fucked up, flawed parents trying their best, but, like, being fucked up by their circumstances so bad that they can't succeed because they have no support system, they have no way to know how to do better. And that produces children who are fucked up and don't know, and reproduce the same patterns of behavior that their parents do. Like, Octavia is being such a Stolas right now. She really is. She's being such a Stolas. Swooping in at the last moment to save everyone with magic, and then unilaterally deciding to, like, use her power to force everyone else to accept her ultimatum. Hey, what was it that Stolas did on the full moon? Oh yeah, he unilaterally used his power to make decisions about exactly how his relationship with Blitz is going to change now, because he thinks he knows what's best for both of them. And so he just did it because he could. Hey, Octavia, you sure are your father's daughter. Right? And that's good fucking character writing, I think. Like, that's a well-observed thing about, like, the ways we inherit from our parents, right? We inherit everything from them, coping mechanisms, like the ways that we deal with problems, the way that we apply our power, the way that we use our strength, the way that we force through our solutions. It all comes from our parents, and it sucks. It sucks! We are all doomed to become our parents in some way or another. Or at least, like, not necessarily biological parents, but the people who raised us, right? And it hurts. And we hurt each other. And it's the human condition. I'm sorry, there's no solution. That's just what it is, and we have to learn to navigate it. We can't fix the human condition. We have to navigate it. We have to learn to deal with it. And it sucks. And much in the same way that, like, ultimately, the breakup of Stolas and Blitz was good for both of them. Like, that circumstances forced them to be apart from each other, to process their feelings and start to realize what they actually need and want, was good for them. It might be that, like, Stolas being confronted with the fact that his daughter is a person, like an adult, like, not an adult, a person who has the same emotional complexity as him, right? She's a child, but she has the same emotional complexity. And he has to deal with her like a person, right? He can't just dad her anymore. Like, he can't just see her as his child anymore. He has to deal with her as a person now. a fucked up emotional person who, like, yeah. It's a lesson that he's gonna have to learn. And it's a lesson that Octavia is gonna have to learn as well, right? Like, she's acting out the way that her dad did, and she's also gonna have to deal with the consequences of the pain that she has just inflicted on him. Like, she has hurt him very, very, very badly right now. And she, too, is gonna have to come to terms with that. And do some work to repair their relationship. Because it does need to be repaired, right? That's the only way any of this shakes out well for either of them, is if they actually finally get to sit down and fucking talk, right? Which, again, in a situation of a conflict between a parent and a child, I always blame the parent, because they're the ones, like, that's the way it is. Sorry. You make a person, you're responsible for what happens to them. And the way that Octavia is right now is Stolas' responsibility. And Stella's. Oh boy, is it also Stella's, but don't know that there's that much hope of Stella ever changing for the better. But it's like, yeah, no, like Octavia is as Stolas helped raise her, ultimately. So he's going to have to be the one who is the parent here. Like, he's going to have to be the one who is able to absorb this and able to enter a dialogue and forgiveness and find a way to reconcile with her. Like, that work is ultimately going to be on him. It should be on him, because he's her dad. But things rarely work out as well as that. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious where this is going. Because it's messy, and it's painful, and it can't be solved with a grand gesture. Right? It can't be solved with a grand gesture. It can't be solved by pulling some trick or defeating a villain. Right? Like, clearly, defeating Andy doesn't do it. That's not enough. You can't just show up to the house and kick Andy's ass and then, woohoo, problem resolved. It's not as easy as that. What a painful, 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 painful interaction. And again, I'm sitting here sort of with a little bit of pain in my stomach, because I know that there are going to be motherfuckers on the internet who are calling Octavia a bitch. And that she's like, oh my god, she's so unreasonable. Why is she being such an asshole? And like, she should listen to her father. And like, can't she see how hard it is for him? And it's like, no, she's the child. She's a child. I don't care if she's like, I don't know, is she like technically an adult by fucking Goetia standards? I don't give a shit. She's a child. She's an isolated, lonely child with no support structure. Nobody in her life except her extremely toxic parents. Expecting her to be the reasonable one in this situation is just not okay. You don't put that on a child. Stolas is the parent. It's his job to make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen. And when it happens, it's his job to fix it. Ultimately, first and foremost. And it sucks. It fucking sucks. It sucks for Stolas. It's not fair on him. It's not fair. It's not fair that he was pushed into this marriage by his family. It's not fair that he was forced to stay in this abusive bullshit for decades. It's not fair that he never got to do anything for himself. It's not fair that the one time he ever made a selfish decision for himself, it's not fair that the one time he did that, it's not fair that that resulted in all of this falling apart in this way. It's not fair. It's unfair, deeply. And he's the parent. He has to deal with it. And it sucks. It sucks.
You never loved Mother, and you don't love me. You love him. And you needed these. Was this my fault that you needed these?
No.
I know someone who's the child of a parent with a substance abuse problem. I know they blamed themselves for it. Like, they've talked about it, that like so much of so much of their relationship to their parent is they feel like they were the reason that their parent couldn't get clean, right? Because their parent needed those drugs to get through the day, right? Well, children do that all the time. And, like, imagine that from Octavia's perspective, right? Like, she thinks that she's this anchor, this thing that's making her dad so miserable he has to take pills to get through the day. Right? Imagine what that does to you. Imagine what that feels like. Imagine the kind of irrational behavior you would engage with in if you thought, oh, I'm the reason the person I love the most in the whole world is suffering. Like, again, if I was in Octavia's position, I wouldn't handle it any better. I would be so rational. I would be so reasonable. I would be so calm. I would hear Stolas out. We would sit down. We would have some tea. We would talk. We would just, like, work this out between us. Like, no problem. What? Emotional issues? Me? Never. I could handle this. R.I.P. to Octavia, but I'm built different. I would just handle it. No problem. Easy. I can handle emotional situations much worse than that without any problems at all. Pay no attention to my therapy bill.
Oh, no, never, Via, sweetie, please. You have always been the only good thing in my life.
So does that mean you just stayed miserable because of me?
Right? You've always been the only good thing in my life. That's a wonderful thing to say, and it's true. But what she hears is, oh, so it is my fault, right? It is my fault that you stayed married to a woman you don't love. It is my fault that you were sad and dour, right? I am the reason for your pain. Well, fuck you then. I am breaking this up between us. Like, I'm leaving your life then if I make you so unhappy, right? It's childish. Octavia is being very childish. And it's it's not reasonable, it's not rational, but it's understandable.
Was I some fucking obligation? Is that why you didn't even hesitate when you got a chance to leave?
I love you, Via, so, so much. Please, sweetie, let me explain.
I can't. You lied to me once, and you'll do it again.
And when she says that, right? You'll tell me that you love me, and you won't mean it. Right? You'll tell me that I'm not a burden. You'll tell me that I'm not just an obligation that you have to deal with, and you won't mean it. And that's an intense fear on her part, right? This intense fear of being a burden to the people that you love. That simply by being in his life, she's making it worse. And she's like, I can't take that chance, right? Like, I cannot take the chance of trusting you when the fact might be that I'm making your life worse just by being in it. Of course she can't. Like, that's... If I thought I was making my loved one's life worse just by being in it, and I have had that thought, I would also do stupid shit, like try and break off the relationship or the bond. I have done this many times. Like, I am relating to Via a lot here. I have had that feeling in relationships that I am a burden. I am a prop. Like, every time I show up, everyone is just kind of like more miserable for it. And when I get those feelings, the way that I respond to it is by self-isolating. Is by not responding to texts, by not responding to messages, by not being present in their lives, by not showing up to things that I'm invited to. Because, well, I'm just going to make it shit by being there. I'm just going to make it worse for them. So I don't want to show up, right? I'm gonna exit myself from their life so that they don't have to suffer the burden of having to be there just for me, right? That's what Octavia is doing right now. In a very confrontational and angry way, but that's what she's doing. And in isolating herself like that, in isolating herself with Andy and Stella of all people, she's hurting herself really badly. And she doesn't know it, right? Like, she thinks, you know, this is what's best for her and her father, what she's actually doing is she's just pushing herself into more misery. Which, you know, again, relatable, because just a little piece of advice. I have never, ever, not even once, I have tried it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. I have never once made anything better by isolating myself from my loved ones. It has never improved anything. There has never been a situation where I went, oh, I'm glad I did that. That was good, actually. That went really well. That improved the situation for people. The only thing that's ever happened is I've made people worry about me, and I have, like, had to make a lot of excuses and make a lot of apologies, and I've had to deal with difficult emotional conversations that I would never have had to do if I just hadn't isolated myself. It doesn't work. I swear to you, it does not work. There are relationships in your life that you have to exit, right? There are people sometimes you have to ghost. That happens. There are times when it is healthier and better to walk away. There absolutely is. But isolating yourself from the people you love because you feel like you're a burden to them, that one doesn't work. That one, it doesn't work. I'm sorry, I have tried it. I have tried it so many times. I have tried every variation of it. I have tried all of the varieties. I have browsed. I have gone to Costco and Walmart. I've taken down all the brands, every single version of this play. I've tried it. It doesn't work.
Have a great fucking life with him, Dad.
No, Thea, please. Please.
The extra heartbreak, right? Like, she has turned away, and she's just about to turn back, right? And then she says no, and then the wall goes up. Ooh! Ooh! 38 hit emotional combo. Take your fucking meds, Stolas, by the way. Take your medication. Take it. He's gonna... So what's the countdown on when Stolas starts to blame Blitz for this? Ultimately, again, like, because patterns of behavior, right? Stolas right now is going to be looking to punish himself. He's going to be looking to blame himself, take on the responsibility, and he's going to look to isolate himself from the people who love him and care about him. And so, much in the way that Octavia turned this into an anger confrontation thing about, like, oh, like, fuck you then. I mean, it depends. It depends where he is exactly in his emotional journey. We kind of saw it back at the office, though, right? Like, I'm so stupid. I did this for these stupid fantasies. This can never be real. So when exactly is he gonna turn, right? Like, when is he gonna take all of that internal suffering and externalize it and try and break the relationship with Blitz because he feels that's the only way that he can be appropriately punished for his failures and protect Blitz from having to deal with him as a part of his life? I don't know. That would be my feeling on where it's going if we're dealing with, like, these cycles of toxic behavior and the way they self-replicate. That would be my feeling, but it depends. It also depends on how Blitz handles this, by the way. Because, yeah, you have a sad bird boy to take care of now, buddy. And you're gonna have to do a real good job. I will also note, Stolas was the one who went to the house, right? If Stolas had stayed at the IMP offices and just waited for Via to show up, I think they could probably have had a better conversation there rather than trying to have, like, an emotional reconciliation in the aftermath of, you know, fighting for their lives. If he hadn't gone there, in part, like, because he couldn't wait, because he had to do something, because he wanted to act out and antagonize Andy, maybe get himself killed a little bit? Like, seriously, I seriously got a feeling of, like, death drive from Stolas. Because, like, he had to know that this would happen. Like, he's not that dumb. And then he literally is just like, well, kill me then. Like, my guy. My dude. You're not helping, Stolas. That's not helpful. If you had just stayed there for a bit longer, right? But he wasn't taking his medication. So of course he was going to be emotionally unstable. Of course he was going to make very rash, unhealthy decisions. Decisions that have consequences. It sucks. It sucks. It just sucks. It just sucks so bad. Because it's not like, oh, Stolas is the bad guy. There is no bad guy. That's not how this works. I said this also with Full Moon. If you're looking for a bad guy here, in this story, if you're looking for someone who's the guy to blame, the one who is wrong, I'm sorry. You're looking at it wrong. Straight up wrong. And like, caveat, everyone can interpret stories differently, yada, yada, yada. Fiction is not a problem to be solved. It's a process to be discussed. But also, you're wrong. Like, if you're looking for a bad guy, if you're looking for someone who's just the villain, and if we defeat the villain, then the things will be better. Sorry, that's not how this works. Like, that, I don't think that that's what this story is doing at all. Even killing Stella. Like, do you think Octavia would be more emotionally stable if someone just killed her mom? Like, no. She loves her mother. Like, she probably shouldn't, but she does. And her mother is all she has left now, and all she's ever known, really. So, sorry. It's not that easy either. It's like, yeah. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm kind of putting off seeing what happens next. Just because I have a sinking feeling about it. Let's see.
Whew, that was intense. I'm gonna see if my friends can still come tonight. I need some drinks after what happened today.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you want, Looney. Okay.
Eggs again.
She hates me.
Yeah, teenagers do that sometimes. Very good. I don't
want to try
want
some
a
of my
lot for
home-baked
Christmas.
SINSMAS cookies, Your Highness? Huh?
I think I'll pass, but thank you. And you don't need to address me like that.
Hey, where's Mills?
Ah. Yeah, what is going on with you, Mills?
Shit. Oh, hey, sweetie. We're about to start board games.
I'll be right there, baby. Call the fan for sins first.
Hey.
Okay, what's going on with Millie? What is this? What is this? I'm getting a bad feeling about this.
Hey, Sal. You alone?
Yes.
Okay. Good. I just need someone to talk to about something.
What's going on?
I don't know what to do.
Is that...
Okay. So did you see fucking Vicky?
So that... I don't know how it works with demons, but that's a pregnancy test, right? That's what that is? Oh, okay. It really is the end of the season.
I don't know what to do.
I mean, girl, I'm with you, but also, like... if you've been fucking Raw, you must have known that was... It is Moxie's, right? It must be. Like, surely. Like, there is... Yeah, no. That can't be the thing. That can't be the thing. But it's just that she's panicking about the idea of becoming a mother, which is completely understandable. Completely understandable.
Okay. So did you see fucking Vicky's post the other day? Fucking Vicky? I swear, if she posts one more humble brag about that ugly ass car, I'm gonna commit.
Sure, for real.
Oh, hey, sweetie. How'd the call go?
It was nice. You know I love you.
Love you too.
Okay, time for the board games.
It's just... No.
With drinks! Merry fucking SINSMAS, am I right? Vicky's such a bitch.
You guys go on without me, okay?
Yeah, probably don't leave him alone if you can help it for a bit.
You mind if I steal?
Oh, when have you ever asked?
Ooh.
Today was a lot, wasn't it? I know you can't see your kid. And I know you did so fucking much just to save my life.
It's okay. Saving you was the right thing to do. And you have risked your life for mine in return. You don't need to feel any guilt for my situation. It was my choice. It was all my choice.
Good boy, Stolas. Now, from that realization, we need to move towards a place where you feel like, okay, maybe I can do something to make amends. We don't need to move to, therefore I'm a piece of trash who needs to die. We don't need to move there. Let's not move there. Please don't move there.
I caused all of this.
Oh, she'll understand eventually. You just gotta give her time.
Blitz, she's gone.
No, she's not.
For 100 years, she's gone.
That doesn't have to be the way it plays out, dude. Like, again, binary thinking, it's dangerous.
And after all that time, she'll never forgive me. I'll be a stranger to her.
You know, my twin sister, she hates me too, for something that I did. And I miss her every day. We were so fucking close, you know, it's a shitty feeling. But you just gotta keep trying.
Yes. Of course.
No! Get your ass in here! We're starting the game!
Yeah, I need you to show up, Russ.
Hey, I'll be back in just a sec, okay? Sounds like, they want me back in there.
Go enjoy your sins, Miss Blitz. I'm fine. You don't have to
sure
stay
you are.
here with me. What are you doing?
Well, I can't fucking dance with you without, come here, getting inventive.
I loved you then, I love you still, and now it won't be long until you're here at last. And then
I imagine we look ridiculous right now.
Yeah, like that's anything new. I mean, look at me, I'm like 4 feet tall, and you're like the size of one of those really very tall horses.
Never really seemed to be an issue. I guess you were just creative.
Only as creative as you were flexible.
know that you are on my mind. Merry SINSMAS.
Good boy.
Truer love is hard to find.
Fully going on the fucking Bing Crosby, right? I genuinely some of the that's a genuinely hilarious fucking joke. Literally with the fucking "all I want for Christmas is you" quote. Oh my god. That is a genuinely very funny joke. That is a genuinely very good joke. I like that. That's funny. again, the ways that Octavia and Stolas are so fucking similar to each other, coming to the same conclusion from the opposite direction. Right, for 100 years she's gone, I'll be a stranger to her after that. Right. And it's like, dude, as we've clearly just demonstrated, Octavia can leave. She can come see you if she wants to. Maybe that's a thing which is possible. I don't know. Maybe you could find some way to smuggle a message to her after giving her some space and time. I don't know. Maybe there are options. Maybe things can be done, right? But oh, Stolas, with his dramatic thinking, and it's understandable. Again, like, I don't need Stolas to, like, be completely emotionally even-keeled and rational about this. If he was, there would be no story. Just, you know, it's not as bad as all that, right? It's bad. Oh, it's real bad. It's terrible, in fact. But also, you know, nothing is destined. Mr. Stars and planets.
Everything you are now.
Sorry, I'm just enjoying myself. I actually went back to...
We shall be damned. You are dead for that.
I do want at some point to have, like, a rematch between Andy and Stolas where they both have their full powers. I do kind of, like, if Stolas had all his powers, right? If he had all his magic, if he had everything, how would that one go? I want to know.
Do it, pussy. I will enjoy this.
Hey, Elsa! Get your icy hands off my butt!
This is just like a really nicely constructed shot. Like, because you have all of this fucking ice tentacle bullshit going on, or ice claw, right? And yet it's still very readable. Like, there's so much going on in the frame. You've got, like, these eddies of cold air and all that shit. And yet, like, Stolas being here, Andy there, like, framed by the claws themselves. It's a very clear shot, like, great sense of scale, too. Like, the backgrounds and the way that they're, like, the way it's holding and hovering. Same with this one. Like, just really well constructed.
Millie! Luna, launch me!
That's also, like, a really nice little camera move. And then, like, whipping it all together like that. Like, this little, like, single smear frame, essentially, that sort of, like, covers up for the twist. And then animating that out. Why, Andy? Why must you wear that like a strap? Is that really necessary? Like, you could have used the ones up here, surely. Again, like, just... It's a quiet thing, but such a well-composed shot. It really is. Anyway, sorry. Hi, chat. How you doing? I can see you now. I have had you hidden from me the whole time. How you doing? You doing okay down there? We were horny. Okay, yeah, I mean, what else is new? Coping, doing well. Trauma, yes, trauma, lots of trauma. Oh boy, truly so much. This shot too, like, what a fucking... It's hard to tell in motion, right?
The Marquis of Hell!
But like, when you zoom in and look at the way they handle Luna's transformation sequence here... Damn, what a fucking gesture. There are gonna be some furries with some feelings about these shots, by the way. Sam Haft mentioned on his Twitter that the Octavia song was actually written by the time Lululand was released. Oh shit. Yeah, that feels right. More eyes, also.
I've been called so much worse. It'll be rather amusing to squash you all.
Like, they literally gave her a feral transformation. It's like... Oh, if you just bitten a little bit harder, girl. Nom! Another very good... Like, the arc of that, right? Like, that she grabs here, central pivot point, use the tail to trace the motion, and just have her, like, literally swing around the fucker. Again, Luna's the most fun when she gets to do dog things. And this is no different. That's a good grin. It would have been very funny if Luna had just straight up decapitated him and somehow killed him. I guess she can't, right? Like, the Goetia are functionally immortal or whatever, except for angel weapons, but, you know. Man, even this shot of, like, Blitz just falling is good. Like, the way he's tumbling, again, using the tail to trace the motion. It really is a fucking season finale. It really fucking is. Can't have a season finale without Vor. Put that on a t-shirt, why don't I? I really like the weaving animation as well. Like, as he's spinning out all this ice. And, like, little ripples that go through the other claws as he's doing it. That's very good. That scene with Blitz being in the dragon's mouth is a reference to Season 1, Episode 3. I'm sure it is! I'm just looking for Easter eggs here in the background. Love the ray gun. No angel weapons, though, notably, which, you know, makes sense.
Yes! Catch, baby!
You are so fucking hot right now.
I think I'm gonna give the firepower a try this time.
Millie, big weapon, stab!
So, like, it's hard to isolate any one thing here, but this whole fucking fight is just... data corruption. Astonished. Like, this little turn, even, just with Luna. Right, he catches the lance, he does the little spin with all the doublings. And they're handling, like, the space of that and the rotation of Blitz, while Luna is doing this, like, fairly complicated, like, turning circle thing, like, putting the hind leg, in, like, the front leg behind the hind leg, twisting around her own center of gravity, and, like, that's a difficult fucking thing to animate. Leading with the hair, like, again, using the tail for the curvature, it's like, god damn. And here you can see a shortcut, right? Here you can see like a classic shortcut, which is we are animating like a static, well, not a static, but we're animating a run cycle on the character. And then we have a little bit of ground, and the ground has like a rudimentary scrolling effect with some speed lines applied to it. And then we just sort of parallax scroll everything else. Like, that's a very common shortcut to create this kind of like charging shot. And it's very effective as well. But it's not quite on the same level of insane as, like, if you fully animated the whole environment to, like, give a realistic, like, 3D charge. It does, and is, like, another benefit of this is that because you have this very static shot, right, like, with the running characters over here, static there, background is fairly static, the ground is like this fairly static line that has some cycling. That means when the dragon starts doing things, right, it's very readable. It's very clear. And the dragon itself is also just a piece of, like... That's not a trivial fucking thing to animate, that thing. That's a lot of fucking shapes that have to be managed really carefully in order for this thing to have, like, appealing posing. And then, of course, the fucking Helluva Boss smoke clouds. Which are always just, like, clever way to mask a transition to a different shot, of course. But also the voluminosity of these fucking clouds, man. This is Spindlehorse taking a breath before adding more lube. Jesus Christ. Nom. I like the harmonica that, like, the dragon head crashes and then I haven't watched Balto in a long time, but a lot of Luna's physicality in werewolf form feels like it's taking something from that movie. Again, another quiet little fucking tour de force of a shot, because we start from the position of having, like, this very well-rendered dragon head down, pointing this way around, and then, like, lift, rotate, keep Blitz in the mouth at the same time, rotating along with the head. And then we do, like, this dramatic swoop into the camera around. And, like, handling Blitz's weight through all of that in a way that feels, like, not realistic, but verisimilitudinous is, like, That's very well done. Fucking Kingdom Hearts ass enemy, honestly, this,
This is fun!
All right, sweetie, cover me. The Princess Knight.
leaning down for a kiss. Aww. But I like that as a gesture. I like that a lot. I like that they're putting that emphasis on how much Moxie and Millie love each other physically.
Princess Knight needs his sword.
And I've already talked about it, but this fucking shot, man. Right, because this is the one where we're not doing the same, like, we're not doing the shortcut that we did with Blitz charging the dragon, right? Here we're animating the fucking ground and, like, the snowdrifts going past Luna fucking manually because we need to do more complicated camera movements. Like, you can't do that with just a scrolling background. And, like, have, like, the low angle jumping into the shot. Like, fucking hell, man. 3D tracking shots like this are also just... It's just showing off. Like, it's just showing off. And, like, it really is, like, again, narratively, right? The fight with Andy here is, like, narratively not that important. Like, it's not... If you were, like, working on, like, a fucking Netflix budget, right? If you're working on a Netflix animated series... This is the kind of shit that, like, producers would probably tell you to cut because, well, it doesn't really advance the story. Like, it doesn't really push the narrative forward. It's not really delivering critical information, right? Like the demands of efficiency that comes with, like, syndicated network storytelling, right? This is the kind of sequence that's just, like, overindulgent, cool for the sake of cool, doesn't really push the narrative forward in a particularly meaningful way. But it's the kind of shit that's like, yeah, but this is the fun shit. Like, this is just the shit that's fun to watch. This is the cool shit where we show off what we can do with our craft. This is the Sakuga, right? And it really fucking is. Again, all credit to the compositors, right? Because they have to handle... Luna isn't moving towards the dragon in a way that makes any realistic sense in terms of space, right? But the people who are compositing the background's motions into this shot have to try and find some way that the motion of the background feels like it matches what the animators are doing. And that's not easy. Like, that's a really hard fucking thing to do. And when you play it back, like, in very slow motion, you can kind of see a little bit of the disconnect, right? Like, this weird push zoom that happens here. But what that is doing, that's setting up for when we get to here... and we start climbing the dragon, right? Like, so moving the background around in a way that makes sense for this shot is also really important to selling it. Again, the shortcut that you would normally take on a production like this is just don't have a background that needs to move, right? Like just sky, or, oh, there's an ice cloud that obscures the background, so we don't need to deal with it. But because we get to have the background, right? Like, because we get this, like, tracking shot running up the thing. And then we get to see, right, like, the house itself come into view as though it's, like, this whole body of thing. That sells the sense of scale so fucking well. And it sells the motion of the camera. And it sells the tracking shot. Like, what a fucking tour de force. And, like, you can see a lot of the shortcuts. You can see that they're messing around with, like, relative sizes and all of that. And it's not perfectly consistent because it doesn't need to be. And the fact that they're doing it, like... over what seems to be a 2D animated version of, like, this is the kind of thing that I would say just 3D animate that. Like, yeah, sure, Luna and Moxie, sure, like 2D animation on them still, but a sequence or a shot like this is the kind of thing where, like, if I was the person holding the purse strings and we were planning out, like, how to do a production of an episode like this, I'd be like, just 3D animate the dragon. Like, just 3D animate the dragon. Like, please, for the love of God. You don't need to have some animator sit there spending God knows how many hours of their life animating a 3-dimensional tracking shot of the body of the motherfucking thing that's, like, geometrically consistent enough to allow for this shit to happen. I mean, come the fuck on, honestly.
Disgusting!
Blitz!
Ooh, impressive, Moxie!
Catch!
Yeah, Moxie! High five! Oh, what?
Probably shouldn't let go of the... Okay, yeah. Fully doing the Hercules thing as well there. I like that as literally cutting on the cut, right? It's like we cut to black, we get that little thing there, and then follow up with, like, the swoop coming in to mask the transition to ka-chunk.
You've just risked your life to save mine.
Well, so did you.
And the little guitar riff. Oh.
You've just risked your life to save mine.
Well, so did you.
Oh, the cheese. Like, you have to commit, otherwise this never works. Pulling off the superhero landing as well. Or, well, the knight landing.
How dare you pathetic waste of lower-class scum attack me!
And then there's this fucking shot. Because, like... that... the ice crystals that are forming over the dragon's neck, the Hydra's neck, whatever. Oh, you motherfuckers, you hand animated them. I was sure that those would be 3D objects. I was sure it was going to be like a 3D effect over top of the 2D. But no, the motherfucker is fucking hand animated the fucking ice crystals. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. But yeah, like fully doing a Hercules thing, right? Like it's literally Hercules cuts the neck off the Hydra the first time.
Lower class scum attack me! For this, I will see all your heads mounted!
Oh, those are some great flash frames.
Stand down, girl! This doesn't concern you.
Like, she just fucking erases that fucking thing. Again, like, power scaling is stupid and meaningless, but I do kind of wonder, like, Octavia, you've got some pretty serious fucking juice there. Especially for someone who's untrained, presumably.
will not hurt my dad.
You are in no position to make demands of me. Imagine what your mother will say.
Uh-huh, exactly. Imagine what her mother will say when she finds out you got your ass handed to you by a gaggle of imps and a hellhound. I think that's what folks call a bad look.
A very bad look.
You aren't worth
Oh, he's so pathetic. He's such a pathetic, sad, miserable, shitty little worm. I love him. I want to see him get hurt very, very badly.
But you will regret this.
Fia, my brave, powerful girl, I am
This whole fucking Sakuga sequence, like, just... motherfuckers just showing off. Just like, yeah, no, we're doing this because we can, fuck you. Like, goddamn. What a lot of fun. And then, you know, what a lot of not so much fun.
What? You lied to me! You said you would never leave me! You promised!
Fia, I didn't leave you. I would never. It wasn't my choice.
It was your choice. You chose him.
Fia, no, I didn't. I had to. You don't understand.
I do understand. I understand we were never enough for you. You never loved Mother, and you don't love me. You love him. And you needed these. Was this my fault that you needed these?
No, never, Fia, sweetie, please. You have always been the only good thing in my life.
So does that mean you just stayed miserable because of me? Was I some fucking obligation? Is that why you didn't even hesitate when you got a chance to leave?
I love you, Fia, so much. Please, sweetie, let me explain.
I can't. You lied to me once and you'll do it again. Have a great fucking life with him, Dad.
No, Fia, please.
Less action, but like no less dramatic. And no less Sakuga either, right? Like, literally Stolas is stumbling here, right? Because he doesn't have a way to explain this, especially not here, especially not now. Right? He wants to grab her, lean on her, and she's pulling away, and without that, he's stumbling, right? And still, Octavia's body language, right? Even here, when she's at her angriest, confronting her father, you see how the shoulders stay tight, right? And the arms generally stay down, right? She doesn't have the big Stolas gestures. She just, even here when she's at her most devastatingly vulnerable, it's all from the chest.
You needed these?
No, never, Fia, sweetie, please. You have always been the only good thing in my life.
So does that mean you just stayed miserable because of me? Was I some fucking obligation? Is that why you didn't even hesitate when you got a chance to leave?
I love you, Fia, so much. Please, sweetie, let me explain.
I can't. You lied to me once and you'll do it again. Have a great fucking life with him, Dad.
No, Fia, please. Please!
Like, Jesus, like... the performance here and the direction as well, right? Like the shots that we cut to, like breaking of the bond, shock reaction, and then the wall being put up, right? A little bit of handheld camera for the instability. Point of view shot. Medium, close up, and then boom, in from her back of her head into a reflection. Because again, Octavia's reflection, like her behavior right now reflects Stolas, right? Like as we talked about, it reflects how he raised her, right? For better and very much also for worse. And similarly, this shot, right? Like from a technical perspective, again. Because like we're animating Stolas, right? Like we're animating Stolas doing his sobbing. And then with the coat on his back as well, flapping around, where you have to keep the... Right? You can see the differentiated timing between the sleeves moving the wind, and then Stolas making his sobbing motions. And like you can't let the jacket and its like its wind-swept flailing interrupt the gesture of the performance. And like, what a good fucking crying animation. God damn.
Whew, that was intense. I'm gonna see if my friends can still come tonight. I need some drinks after what happened today.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you want, Loney.
Okay.
What's in those things?
She hates me.
And it's like, Stolas, baby boy. She hates me. No. She hates herself. That's the thing, buddy boy, much in the same way that you hate yourself. Like, was this because of me? Was I just an obligation? Was like, are you miserable because of me? Did I make my dad sad? It really isn't just you, buddy boy. It's still funny. I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. It's just a good joke.
This cookies, Your Highness? Huh?
I think I'll pass, but thank you. And you don't need to address me like that.
Hey, we're...
I do love it when Blitz is a lizard. Chewing with his eyes like a frog.
Hey, where's Mills?
Shit.
It really is a fucking... Like, what a fucking season finale motherfucking thing to do is like, oops, a pregnancy! Very soap opera. If Stolas wasn't so depressed, he'd be excited. And the fucking MIDI-ass saxophone.
Oh, hey, sweetie. We're about to start
Let's see, Monopoly. Get Grady or get out! Of course it would be.
About to start board games.
I'll be right there, baby. Call the fan for scenes first.
Hey!
Hey, Sal. You alone?
I've heard of moonwalking, but that's a ridiculous amount of sliding. I really like that.
Yes.
Okay. Good. I just need someone to talk to about something.
What's going on?
I don't know what to do. Okay.
So, like... okay. The thing, like... This is me sort of being excessively paranoid. It's mostly that so much of, like, the rest of the episode is, like, this thing of... Like, they bring up the cheating thing, right? And when everyone else doesn't want to kill the cheating husband, Millie is the one who's getting aggressive about it. Almost as though she has some kind of thing... emotional thing about, like... No, I'm being excessively paranoid. That can't be where they're going. That can't be where they're going. It's just hormones. It's just pregnancy hormones. It's just whatever. Step away from the lathe. I know! I don't want to put my hand on this lathe! It's just that Moxie and Millie... Surely, like, if there's a chance that she was going to get pregnant, they would be doing it on purpose, right? Right? It wouldn't be... I mean, it happens. Accidents happen. Accidents happen all the time. I'm reading too much into it. It's just, it feels so much like this is something that she just has no idea how to deal with in a way that's not just... Yeah, no, absolutely not. That cannot be it. No way in hell. Get away from me with that dodgeball, Apollo.
I'll be a stranger.
It must... No, it has to be it's because she knows that Moxie wants kids, right? And... she's scared about, like... terminating it if she doesn't want to, right? It must be something like that. That has to be what it is. Like, it's just the normal... deeply, like, strange, difficult emotions that come with an unexpected pregnancy. Yeah, pregnancy is just scary. Pregnancy is terrifying. It's just the episode was so much about cheating, right? And the consequences of... Because the whole episode was about cheating and the consequences that has for your life and the way that it can destabilize you. And as then they go and bring up this pregnancy thing where Millie seems, like, completely fucking taken out by, the terror of it. And we don't get to hear what she talks to her sister about. And I'm sorry, I guess I just get paranoid, okay?
Know what to do. Okay. So did you see fucking Vicky?
But also, if it was a thing of cheating, like, I don't think she would be able to recover that quickly and just go back to talk to Moxie and be like, it's just, but also that she comes in and she's like, you know I love you, right? You know I love you, you know I'm committed to you, you know that I would, like, please know that I love you. I'm just saying, it's just like...
Okay. So did you see fucking Vicky's post the other day? Fucking Vicky? I swear, if she posts one more humble brag about that ugly ass car, I'm gonna commit.
Sure.
So B... Belphegor, right? That's with the eyes. upside down cross. Belphegor's the candles? Okay, yeah, sure. But it's one for each of them, right? Like, it's one for each of the sins. Like, Mammon here, I think. Or one of them. Whatever. And then the star of the thing being a fucking Mammon jester hat thing.
For real?
Oh, hey, sweetie. How'd the call go?
It was nice. You know I love you.
Love you too.
Okay, time for the board games with drinks.
Harder than ethanol. Carbonated bezel juice with natural flavors.
Merry fucking SINSMAS, am I right? Vicky's such a bitch.
You guys go on without me, okay? I need a moment.
One theory going around is she had an unwanted pregnancy that ruined a past relationship. Yeah, and that's also a reasonable fear, because, like, a pregnancy is, like, a big fucking deal, no matter what, right? There's no such thing as a casual pregnancy.
Whole party down.
You mind if I steal?
Oh, when have you ever asked?
So this whole sequence a lot of effort in the animation here as well. Again, much more subtle than the sort of Sakuga anime fight, but... And you can see the handover, right? Boop, boop. That's when it goes from being a part of Stolas' character model, as he's being animated, to Blitz's. And that's, like, again, having characters hand things to each other is one of those things that's deceptively difficult in a lot of animation. Of, like, managing those transitions smoothly. But yeah, like, this whole conversation here at the end, there's so much.
Today was a lot, wasn't it?
So much subtle gesture work going on. Because... Okay, here's an example, right? That's as Stolas leans in to take the cigarette from Blitz, the legs shift a little bit. The whole body shifts a little bit. You can see him shifting a bit, like the hip position and the turn of the back all the way up. Like, really emphasized by the edge lighting that they're running down, right? And that's not, like, again, it's not Sakuga shit, right? It's not big anime thing, but it's a little bit of, like, fully animating a fairly subtle gesture. Right? To give the whole, like, when he does that little motion, which is not very much with the top part of his body, you see it emanate down through the whole body, right? And that's what lends this animation between them, like, that weight and that sense of smoothness, right? Like, where there's a million shortcuts you could take to avoid having to do that extra work, but they're doing all the extra work. Right? Same thing here. As Stolas is just shifting to take a drag of the cigarette, right? Same thing there. You can see how the whole body is being shifted. The full character is being animated to do that, right? And that, like, I'm sure they're taking all kinds of shortcuts because animators always are. But it creates such a lovely sense of weight and subtlety and presence. It's similar to the dialogue scene between Blitz and Millie in Ghost Fuckers, right? Like, on the bed, where they, like, my favorite shot from that episode is the way that they lean into each other, like, just that little subtle thing between the two of them. Because that subtlety of motion, right? Like, that's really... And for, like, an emotional dialogue scene like this, right? Like, where the characters are connecting on a very sort of, like, tight, intimate level, you need that smoothness of motion. You need that sense of realistic weight to their bodies. You need that. It's an important part of the vibe. Just as much as, like, when you're doing comedy bits, right? Like, when you're doing silly shit, that the character turns flat or turns into a cartoon is important for the tone of that. For a scene like this, Blitz's head has to be three-dimensionally animated, right? It has to be animated carefully and cautiously, with cheats here and there, but the motion and the weight of the body and the way they handle it, that has to be there. Right? Little things like the way he's messing with the cigar, or whatever the fuck this is. It has to be there. Like, that weight, that sense of bodily presence, that sense of gravity has to be there. It's a part of the tone, right? And that's what makes something like this very impressive to animate, because it's difficult, especially with characters that are designed like this, to give them a subtlety and an emotional performance that's like, that never veers into the comedic, right? That feels like people actually sort of acting and reacting to their feelings and emotions. It's really gorgeous animation. Right? Like Blitz, as he's about to open up emotionally, right? He looks away, and then, you know, my twin sister, and then it's that head tilt. And then back to, like, looking forwards. It's very effective gesturing. Right? Same thing as, like, here, for something I did, but we're emphasizing that Blitz is speaking with tiny little subtle head motions, right? Like, that sort of mimic what he would be doing if we were fully animating his mouth flaps. Right? Like, look at that. Character going through an emotional process, and they're processing it through their physicality, and, like, little things, like these little gusts of wind, right? That support, like Blitz is trying to reach out and Stolas is pulling back, right? And compare and contrast that, right? With now we turn back to comedy, right? Like now we're doing silly shit with funny characters.
Get your ass in here! We're starting the game!
Yeah, I need you to show up, Russ.
Right? Very different aesthetic of motion. Because we lead with like a comedy hand coming out and then pushing the guy down and like managing the tone of that. It's not a trivial thing. It's not easy. It's very easy to get wrong. I'm fine. You don't have to stay here with me. And Blitz correctly clocking that as a like, no, he's not fine, and yes, I do have to stay here with him. Yes, I know, full moon. Yes, I know. What a gorgeous bit of dancing animation as well. Like, especially... Again, the compositors, right? Like, because we go from the characters being solid, right? Like, there's no blurring on them. As they begin to dance, you see that blur begin to get introduced, like a little bit of that pinkness sort of washing over their character models. And then by the time we get to here, we're all soft, focused, romantic. Very sweet. But also just, again, the motions of them getting into a dancing position. using the tail to follow through the motion. Stolas partly supporting Blitz's weight as they lean into each other. It's like, come the fuck on, man. What a gorgeous bit of dancing. The weight of this as well, right? Like, fucking hell. What a gorgeous fucking sequence, honestly. Just... It's not trivial to animate characters interacting like this and making it feel smooth. It's not trivial to do it when they are such different sizes and physicalities. Again, credit to the background artists for doing an amazing job of making those backgrounds pop with what's being done here. And I do like that here in this, like, tender, this is so obviously the moment for a kiss moment, that Blitz goes for the hug, right? Realizing, like, this is not, I don't need to fuck him right now. I don't need to, like, it doesn't need to get to that level right now. What he needs is someone to be there for him, right? I feel like the communication there is one of Blitz, like, sort of having learned that I can't solve everything just by going for the physical, right? Anyway... And he didn't fuck it up with sex jokes either, yes. Have I Googled Ginny Jung yet? Have I gone to their IMDb yet? Let's find out. Let's see. What are the credits here? Bob's Burgers. Adam Ruins Everything. Oh, cool. Let's see. 911. Two Broke Girls for one episode. Some sitcoms. Not a lot of recurring roles, but this person has been working. Oh, geez, that's a 14-year career. God damn. Yeah, not a lot of huge credits that I would know, but that's a working actor. Oh, they were Barbie Wire as well. Right. So I have Googled them before, probably.
I would travel every ring of hell.
Just gonna stay on this one for a second. Just 'cause fucking hell, man. Some absolute hero work from the animation team on this one. Some absolute fucking hero work. God, that fucking one shot in the fucking Octavia song. Jesus Christ.
Just to see if you'll be mine.
And again, this is the thing we talked about, right? Like, it's the sheer amount of work The sheer amount of labor, the time that goes into this, right? Like the sheer amount of people who have to do so much shit just to make the briefest bits of this go, make it work at all, ever. Like, animation is a miracle. Good, they have a good, they have a good, like, Bing Crosby impersonator for this one, too. I think it would be very funny. I think it would be genuinely hilarious if the Helluva Boss fandom could get that song to the top of the Christmas playlists on Spotify. Like, just make that one like a fucking Christmas standard, so that in 20 years, some motherfucker is listening to that one on the radio and going, oh, that's like from the Frank Sinatra days, probably. That's an old classic. Like, that would be very funny. I would like that to happen. But it does mean it's not enough to do it on Spotify. You have to get radio play for it. Like, you have to get it played, like, on radio. You have to get it into, like, the Christmas playlists. That would be very funny. Oh, it's not on Spotify? I mean, I don't blame them for not putting things on Spotify, because Spotify sucks. Alexander Arntzen. I don't comment much on the music in the shorts generally, because it's not my area of expertise. But the fucking soundtrack for this episode, just like the score of this, fucking very good. Benny Benak III. I need to... How can you be the third? That's something I've always found odd about Americans. It's just people going around having, like, surnames like the Third. It's like, over here, that's like, oh, that's a neck for the guillotine, right? Like, that, over here, that's the implication of that. Like, if you're the third of some fucking family, is like, oh, okay, you're the one of the ones that go up against the wall first. But that's not what it is in the U.S. Jazz trumpeter, vocalist, and composer. Manhattan School of Music, very well. He's performed... Oh, shit. Oh, this guy's legit. Holy shit. Ulysses Owens Jr.? Kristen McBride, Joey Francisco. And that's where I've seen him before. I was looking at his picture and I was like, that guy looked kind of familiar. He's worked with Postmodern Jukebox, Charlie Rosen, and the 8-Bit Big Band. That's... Wait, is he the guy... Is he the guy who's on... Yes, he is.
It feels so strange not to hate you.
He's their Sinatra guy.
That's what I'm counting on.
He's their fucking Sinatra guy. That's why he looked familiar. That's why he sounded familiar, too. That's why. Ah, Christina V, of course. Rage of the Frost Marquis being the soundtrack for the fight. That one, I kind of want to listen to that one independently. I really do hope that they'll, I really do hope that they will release the music. I want to listen to the score for this episode, especially. Again, this is a small independent animation production, right? This is primarily released on YouTube, small independent animation studio. This is what small looks like in animation production. Ah, well. That's a time to have data corruption. Thank you very much, Premiere Pro. Yeah, that's a hell of a fucking finale, man. That's a hell of a fucking finale. Tier list time. I guess. Yeah, I guess we can do that after New Year's. I'm sure that'll only take hours. Some number of hours. Take bets on it on the server. Why don't you? Any predictions for season 3? See, I think it feels like all of this is setting up for a time skip. To me. It feels like this is setting up for a time skip. That season 3 is going to roll around and, well, it depends, right? Either it's going to be like 6 months down the line when Millie is very pregnant, and they have to deal with that, or she's like, or it's going to, like, yeah, it feels like it's setting up for a time skip. It's going to be like 6 months down the line, Millie is very pregnant, or it's going to be like a couple of years down the line, right? Where everyone has sort of settled into a new normal. Moxie and Millie have a kid. Like, there's this new normal that exists in the world for them. Everyone's sort of starting to accept it. And then, like, shit starts to happen with Octavia. Shit starts to happen with, you know, Andy and things like that. It depends. Like, it depends how much they want to make out of the pregnancy with Millie, right? Because if what they're setting up for here is that Millie is about to seek an abortion because she doesn't want to have a child, right? Then you can't really time skip your way past that, can you? How would you feel about an abortion arc for Millie? I don't have any opinion on that on the face of it. Like, that depends. What would be in it? Like, what would that mean for the character? Right? Like, what does that? How is that? Because if I would absolutely fucking hate it to the pit of my stomach if they did an abortion arc just for shock value, right? I would rather not that. Like, if it's just a thing of like, ooh, abortion is controversial, let's do that. I also trust Helluva Boss not to do that, because that would be bad. That would be South Park shit, right? So, like, yeah, but, like, in terms of, like, if there's gonna be an arc of, like, Millie struggling with whether or not she wants to keep the pregnancy, like, that would be interesting for her. Because I feel like for Millie, the whole thing about, like settling down, becoming a mother, starting a family, putting down roots, like, she has some family complexities in her life, right? Like, she has some complexities about how she feels about mothers and motherhood, how she feels about being being settled down and being dependent in that way, right? Like, because when you're pregnant, like, you kind of need other people to do shit for you. That's part and parcel of the thing, is that it disables you to an escalating extent. Like, even after the pregnancy, like, it's the rough fucking thing on the body. I don't know about imp physiology. Like, maybe their eyes glow and then another child pops into existence, who knows? Also, she wouldn't be able to work. Yes, like, Millie would no longer be able to be self-reliant, right? Like, she would no longer be able to be the one who takes care of everything. She would have to be dependent and reliant on everyone else to do things for her, and that's a difficult thing to come to terms with, especially for Millie, who's so self-sufficient, right? Like, so if they're, like, whatever they do with the pregnancy, I don't care if she keeps it or terminates it. That's not really the interesting thing to me. The interesting thing to me is, like, how does that develop and reveal her character, right? Like, how does that change her? Someone in chat was talking about, like, what if Millie terminates the pregnancy without telling Moxie? Is like, that would be interesting too. Like, that would be an interesting choice for her to make as a character. First of all, because it's her unquestionable right? She does not have to tell him shit about that if she doesn't want to. But also, Moxie would be well within his right to be hurt by that. That she wouldn't trust him with something so important, right? Her body, her choice. Like, she does not have to tell anyone any fucking thing. In the same way, she doesn't have to tell him if she's taking Plan B, right? Like, it's, you know, but the part that's interesting, the part that, like, that for my purposes I care about, because this is a fictional character, not a real human being, is what is it gonna do to her emotionally? Like, what does that reveal about her character? How does it develop her, right? Like, how does it force her to change? How does it force her to grow? That's the thing that matters to me. So, like, it would be interesting for Millie to make the decision to terminate the pregnancy without telling him, and then he finds out, and then it's like, oh shit, this is a difficult thing we have to navigate now, right? That would be emotionally and dramatically interesting. That would be an interesting place to take their relationship, right? Because, like, that would be a tough thing for Moxie to navigate as well, right? Like, I think when or if Moxie finds out that Millie is pregnant, like, how's he gonna deal with it? Because I think this silly, sappy, romantic little boy, dipshit, moron, asshole, theater kid, theater kid idiot, I think he's gonna get real excited about that. Like, I think in the moment he sort of has the opportunity to be a father, he's gonna be like, oh, Millie, that's amazing, right? Like, I think he will instantly transform himself into, I'm gonna be the best dad in the whole entire fucking world. And then his daddy issues are gonna kick in. Right? I think that would be his thing, is that he would be like, oh my god, I want kids so bad, and like, oh my god, what if I become like my father? Right? Like, I think his daddy issues would kick in real hard about that. And that would be interesting for him as well. Like, that would be an interesting thing for him to have to navigate as well, right? He would have to navigate his feelings about, like, well, how was he raised? Like, can I be a good father when my father was so terrible, right? I had an absolutely horrible father who never taught me how to raise a child, like, how to raise a son, right? Can I be a good father? Would be irresponsible of me to even want to be a dad, right? Like, that's emotionally interesting territory for Moxie to have to navigate, right? Because that's also that's a fundamental thing, is like, when anyone decides to become a parent, they kind of have to deal with how they feel about their own parents, right? Like, they kind of have to confront some issues in the way that they themselves were raised, and everyone has issues, right? I can also see him automatically assuming that she's keeping it without asking. Yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, if Millie tells Moxie, and he'll be so excited and he'll be so happy, and then Millie is like, I want to terminate it, but I can't get myself to tell him that because he would be a great dad, right? Like, he would be a great dad. It would make him so happy, and I love him so much. And then Millie struggling with, like, am I going to do this just to please him? Like, is that worth it, right? Like, and Moxie just being unironically a sweet little innocent cinnamon roll who doesn't know how much it's hurting her, and, like, them having to have a conversation about that. I'm putting money on Millie telling Blitz before she tells Moxie. I think there's a chance Stolas might be the first to find out. Because Stolas, of all of them, I think Stolas is the only one who's ever been around a pregnant woman, right? Like, Moxie, like, that's weird. Millie is having, like, morning sickness. I don't understand. And then Stolas going, oh dear. You know, I'll put my bet on that Stolas is the first one to notice. That would be funny. He also has other shit distracting him, but, you know. Yeah, no, good fucking episode, this. It is a little bit like pregnancy reveal at the last minute is a very soap opera way to end a season, right? It's a cheese thing that's like, oh, come back next season to see the thrilling conclusion of the... But I don't mind it, because it seems like it's going interesting places with the character, right? Of course it would be a soap opera. They just added Stolas to the group. That's the other thing. Like, I'm real curious how Stolas begins to handle any of this. And I'm real curious the extent to which they make his dependence on antidepressants more relevant to the character, right? Because that certainly seems to be what this whole episode was predicated on, right? Like, Stolas, without his medication, missing it multiple times, becoming more and more emotionally volatile, unstable, and eventually extremely rash, doing something incredibly stupid, escalating everything to the point that it ends up, like, first of all, with him sort of obliquely attempting suicide by Goetia, and then blowing up with his daughter because, you know, not the time or place to have a sensible conversation, right? That's the other thing. Stolas promised that he would never leave, but he just went and tried to kill himself, right? Essentially. He just went and tried to die. Which is also, that's also leaving someone behind, right? I'm wondering the extent to which they're going to get into Stolas' mental health issues, is basically what I'm saying here. Like, the extent to which we get to see him having to navigate that shit, right? Because, like, he hasn't had access to his medication any time while he's been out here. Does he have access to it now? Like, was the medication he was on something only Goetias could afford or get a hold of? Like, are they going to have to do a thing where they go to, like, Ozzy, for example, and ask him, like, hey, could you maybe talk to Belphegor about getting Stolas a proper supply of, like, something that works for him? Like, I wonder the extent to which that's going to be a part of his storyline. Like, him actually dealing with being someone who needs medication. Like someone whose brain just isn't wired correctly by default and who needs that medical help, right? I'm curious about it. Perhaps that's how they'll involve Belle in the show properly. I mean, yeah. Blitz had to wait like 5 to 7 years for Luna's appointment. Yeah! Right, like... And, like doing some storylines about, like, the misery of privatized healthcare would be... I mean, I don't know how... It's never not topical, but certainly right now it would be extremely topical. Yeah, like, for Stolas especially, I want to see how deeply they dive into that aspect of it, right? Like that aspect of having a severe mental health issue and seeking medical attention for it, right? Because certainly, like, I'm not on antidepressants, but I need my ADHD meds. Like I said, I have some experience of this. Like, I have had multiple times that experience of, like, I've been on my medication for a while. I don't think my symptoms are that bad. You know what? I'm probably, you know, I can miss a couple of doses. I don't really need to get my prescription filled today. And every single time it hits me with a harsh reminder that, no, I have a disability, actually. I have a severe disability that needs to be medicated. It's like, you take away the source of dopamine and serotonin that my brain is depending on, shit, that bad stuff starts to happen. I start to lose the ability to person very good. So, like, for me, that would be something I'd be interested to see tackle, right? Like, especially because I do trust Helluva Boss to have a nuanced depiction of that, where it's not just like, oh, it's bad that you're dependent on medication. Because, like, no, it's fine to be dependent on medication, actually. It's, in fact, a good thing to have a medication you can depend on to help you. That's actually a really good thing. It's a lot better than the alternative, which is to need medication and not be able to get it. I'd be curious, right? I'd be curious about that. And as for Blitz, I mean, my expectation was, after the end of the previous episode, that Blitz's thing was going to be he has to navigate being famous and kind of a working class hero now, versus Stolas being hated. And Stolas being like looked down upon and spat upon because he's a Goetia without power now, right? I would like that to happen in season 3. I would like them to dive into that a little bit, like force Blitz to deal with that aspect of it. Because they now have to build a life together, right? Like, now they live together. Stolas doesn't really have anywhere else to go. So I'd like to see how that pans out. Like, I'd like to see how Blitz navigates that now, right? I would like to see Blitz deal with his dad. Because, like, if Blitz becomes famous, and if that fame starts to translate into riches, his dad is going to show, right? Like, his dad is going to show up and beg for money, like, try and, like, not beg for money. He's going to try and fucking manipulate Blitz into giving him money and access to power and things like someone's going to show up and try and take advantage of him and, like, take advantage of his pathological need to take care of other people. So, like, what do you think of the false dichotomy via builds of either my dad loves Blitz or my dad loves me? It's how a child thinks. I've spoken on it extensively earlier here. It's how a child thinks, right? Like, it's all Via knows. Like, the concept that Via could leave her mother behind and go live with Stolas has not entered her mind as a possibility. As it never entered Stolas' mind, right? Like, Blitz needed to show Stolas that something else was possible, right? And Via hasn't had that. Via has only ever had dad, mom, Goetias, upper class society, no friends, no fucking nothing, right? She's stuck in a binary mindset, right? Because that's all she's ever known, and that's all that Stolas has taught her as well. Stolas has that binary mindset as well. That's what happened on the full moon, right? Like, that Stolas had this thing of, like, I have to do the most thing, right? Like, I have to blow this relationship up completely, or else, right? Rather than the more nuanced, hey, maybe you could sit down with Blitz and like Stolas also takes that extreme action and leverages his power to force an ultimatum in the same way that Via does in this episode. Like, her behavior reflects his, right? She has the same coping mechanisms as he does. So, yeah. How do you feel about this episode compared to season 1 finale? What the fuck was the season 1 finale? That was... Right, that was Aussie's, was the season 1 finale. I mean, it's obvious how much better the team has gotten at everything. Yeah. Like, it feels like... Let me just...
All right, now I know business has been a bit slow lately. Yes, it's no one's fault, okay? I'm not naming any names here. Moxie, now does anyone have any bright ideas on how we can get business drumming up again?
What about a car wash?
This is hell, Millie. No one cares about cars being clean here, okay? Whoa, what about...
So I bring up the pilot, right? The pilot has no plot, right? The pilot has no plot. Nothing happens. Nothing goes anywhere. It's a series of jokes strung together with spit and duct tape, right? That's what the pilot is. Like, there's very little anything there, right? And it's not particularly good. I've said as much before. It's a series of character bits with no plot and no point, no purpose, that's sort of just reveling in being, haha, we're killing a child, we're being offensive. It's a Newgrounds cartoon, right? It's a Newgrounds cartoon. There's some interesting stuff in there. There's some craft that's worth looking at and stuff like that, but there's not much, right? Then we hit Murder Family, right? Like, which has a substantially higher level of production quality. Like, way the fuck higher level of production quality. But which is also mostly just the American nuclear family is fake. The world sucks. People are assholes. Cannibals, blah, 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 murder, killing. We make a big joke out of everything, right? Like, every emotionally vulnerable moment is immediately undercut with, you know, whatever. And who is Stolas?
I've been meaning to follow up on our last little conversation regarding my grimoire.
What did you just call me?
My book, Blitzy. The book I was given to do my job that I have allowed you to use to do yours.
I can hear you, darling. Shit.
Anywho, I have been thinking. You know, I have been permitting you to access the more...
Right, this is who Stolas is in the very, very, very early seasons. Like, everyone is kind of a cartoon character, right? Everyone is kind of reasonably thinly sketched. Then we complicate things substantially in Lululand, right? Like, which is very much the setup episode for everything that happens in the finale of this season. This is where we introduced to, like, Fizzaroli. This is where we introduced to the idea of, like, greater emotional complexity in these characters. This is where we're introduced to, like, the idea that these people are more than just a series of vehicles for undercutting emotional sincerity. Let's see. The song in the background is the song Stolas sings at the end of the first episode of Season 2, I just realized. Yeah, like, there's lots of that, right? And then by the time we hit, like, the finish of Season 1, the vibe is very different. Right? We're still doing lots of jokes, we're still doing lots of silliness, but at this point, we're fully committed to the interiority and the three-dimensionality of these people, right? Like, we're fully committed to the fact that these are emotionally complex people who can, like, genuinely hurt one another, who are genuinely invested in their relationships. Blitz has a past, right? His neglectful behavior towards Stolas is a pattern that he has to work on, that he has to deal with. So there's this development, right? Like, there's this clear development even over the course of the first season where we go from, we're making topical contemporary jokes about culture and things, and we're being shitty and, like, loud about it. Like, think of also Spring Breakers, right? The way that episode is, like, very much reflective of the pilot in that it's mostly just interested in doing a bunch of, like, we're murdering kids for shock value, and, like, succubus alcoholic and things like that, right? Like, where it's like, so there's a strong development over the course of the season 1, right? That then in Season 2 has fully settled into that mode of, yeah, we're doing hijinks, we're doing offensive shit, people are saying fuck, but it's all in service, primarily, first and foremost, of the emotional arcs and the emotional interiority of the characters, right? Like, the show has jokes, but where the early parts of the show, you have bits of it, it's like, we're just doing this for fun. We're just doing this for the joke because the joke is a joke that's joking. Here, it's like, yeah, there are jokes, but every single joke is in the service of one of the characters, right? And their narrative arc, right? It's in the service of who this person is as an interior. Like, and everyone in this show now becomes people, right? Like, all of the named characters anyway. But even, like, jokey shit-ass characters like this bitch, right? This feels like a more complexly drawn character than most of the minor side characters in the early seasons did. Like, this feels like a more rounded characterization of this kind of bitch, even though she is just kind of a one-off joke character who's not very important, right? So, like, as compared to the finale of Season 1, this feels like a culmination of a development that was started way back in the development of Season 1, right? Like, this feels like where the show was always going to go, ultimately was always going to have to go, because it's started emotionally committing to its characters. but it's definitely changed. Like, the show has changed a lot. Right? The balance between drama and comedy has changed a lot. The balance between we're doing jokey jokes that are topical, commenting on controversial issues, like being offensive for the sake of being offensive, that is kind of gone. That really isn't there that much anymore. Like this, like we're not really commenting on things for the sake of commenting on them. We're doing it like there's always a purpose, right? Like there's always some kind of interior emotional purpose. I think another good example of that is I'm kind of doing a fucking wrap-up of the whole season right now, aren't I? Fuck off. God damn it. Mammon's magnificent musical mid-season spectacular, right? Because we have this commentary on pop culture, performers, influencers, like all of that. But all of that topicality, all of those jokey jokes, they're all in service of Fizz's emotional arc, right? It's all in service of talking about who Blitz, Fizz is internally, why he is the way he is, like the way that he thinks his only value in the world is his ability to perform, right? His complex feelings about his disfigurement and his disability. It's all in service of that, right? Like, so it's jokey jokes, yeah, sure, but all in service to something specific in a way that you didn't really get in season 1 as much, where the jokey jokes were just there to be jokey jokes a lot of the time. So it has changed. And, like, comparatively, I like this a lot more. It has given me a lot to talk about for, oh god, 4 hours and 8 minutes now. It's given me a lot to talk about. Like, this is rich fucking meat for me to sink my delicious little fangs into, right? And suck all of the marrow out of these fucking boners, whatevers. So I like this a lot more. It is also changed. Like, there is this reputation that the Helluverse has online, right? That it's just like, it's just offensive characters saying fuck because it's childish, like the humor about toilet potty, blah, right? And that relationship is so, like, it used to be kind of true, right? It used to be kind of true about Helluva Boss, especially. It used to be kind of true about the output of Spindlehorse, that it was a bunch of offensive jokey jokes that were mostly interested in being offensive jokey jokes. It's not true now. Like, that simply isn't a part of the show anymore. Characters swear, but again, they don't swear because ha ha ha, sweary, blah blah blah. Because swearing is fun and saying naughty words is offensive. They're swearing because that's a part of how people talk, right? It's a part of how the characters express themselves in a way that feels, if not realistic, but feels true to who the characters are, right? So it's, yeah, the show has changed a lot. For the better for me, but I think a bunch of people are probably also like, there's probably a bunch of fans from the early days of the show who are like, oh shit, everything's so dour now. Characters are crying all the time. Everyone's so miserable. I used to love it when it was funny, right? When it was being funny and offensive. And a lot of people are like there's probably going to be a bunch of people who are turned off by that, which, you know, but it was always going to end up here. Like Medrano clearly, and like Has Been Hotel made that very clear to me. Medrano and her writing team and her sensibility is clearly invested in emotional sincerity, like to a much deeper extent than the reputation suggests. What were we talking about? I kind of lost my train of thought there. Anyway, SINSMAS, good episode. Some fucking gorgeous motherfucking animation in this fucking thing. Fucking hell. I need to see that shot again. This fucking shot. I still can't get over this fucking shot. I still can't get over it. I don't think I ever will. Anyway, it's 4 hours and 10 minutes. I think I'll probably call it here. So, I need to shill for my merchandise and stuff. So stick around. Don't go anywhere, motherfuckers. I've given you 4 hours of this. You better sit around for the ad. I have a merchandise shop. There's stuff on it. You can buy the things that are on the thing if you want to get some of the things that are on there. I'm working on getting more things done. I'm working with a bunch of artists on a thing that's a reference to something I said in one of the Helluva Boss episode reactions. There's some designs. They'll go on t-shirts and stuff. I don't know when they'll be done. The end of January, probably. It takes a while. But that's there. So go check that out. crowdmate.com/collections/TBSky, and you can find me there. There's links in the description. Blah, blah. If you want to join the Discord to see this, like, react to this shit live whenever that happens, like whenever the next Helluva Boss thing drops, that will be some months. I know Medrano has been out and saying, like, yeah, no, we're gonna wait with that. Like, we're gonna do most of the production first and then release the episode. So we'll be waiting for a while, and I'm perfectly happy with that because I can't do these every week. What was I saying? Right, if you want to join the Discord, you can become a member of the channel. There's a button down below. It's just like less than $1 a month. You can become a member. If you don't want to be signed up for a subscription, just like pay the 99 cents one time and then cancel your subscription. You'll stay in the server. It doesn't boot you out. That's just if you want to get in right now, you don't want to wait. Otherwise, I'll post public links sometimes under things or in the community notes occasionally. So that's an option. Patreon, whatever, coffee, you can do it if you want to. You don't have to. It's fine. Thank you. Bye.